Bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third day of the 6th Forum of Development, an event organized by the Brazilian Development Association, ABDE. The event is being broadcast live by the website forumdodesenvolvimento.com.br. You can participate through the chat by sending your comments and questions. Any questions that are not answered due to time constraints will be forwarded to the participants, and the answers will be broadcast on the ABDE channels. The discussions today are translated to English, and the videos with the full program will be available on the YouTube ABDE channel next week. You can also use the official hashtag of the event, hashtag Forum do Desenvolvimento. So in your posts on your favorite social media, please use our official hashtag Forum do Desenvolvimento. So we will begin our program of the third day of the 6th Development Forum.
Hoje, o nosso tema
Today,
central
the central theme is the financial system in transition, and we begin our activities with a lecture with the title Financial Stability and Development and Sustainable Development, which will be delivered by Vice Director of the Bank for International Settlements, Luiz Awazu Pereira. Luiz Awazu Pereira, you are most welcome. It is an honor to begin today's activities with your presentation. Those of you in our audience, please feel free to formulate questions over the chat, because we will have time to answer questions. Mr. Luiz Awazu Pereira, the floor is yours. Thank you, Adalgisa. Good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the Forum of Development for the invitation, and Sergio Guzmão, President of ABDE, the invitation to talk about financial stability and sustainable development. So I will now share my screen. I'm going to talk about the financial system in transition, challenges and solutions. with a special focus on the role of central banks. As a preface to my presentation, I'd like to highlight that development institutions are key instruments to address market failures and imperfections, such as unpriced negative externalities, also to enhance coordination and cooperation with other agents, and thirdly, to facilitate public policies that are equitable from a social point of view. So these banks are instruments that can contribute to overcoming tragedies of the horizon of the commons and also contributing to investments under uncertainty. But they still need to contribute to keeping macroeconomic and financial stability. I will try to illustrate this through three major concrete cases. Under climate change and COVID-19 conditions. So first, I will address new challenges for stability from climate change perspective to new financial technologies to reduce inequality. And thirdly, the issue of post-COVID recovery, which will need to be more sustainable. And I believe yesterday and the day before, this was brought up in the discussions. And so the first topic is climate change and a possible role for central banks. I'd say that today, it's not so much about knowing whether it is necessary for central banks to help combat climate change. It's more about how, not why. So there's been a very positive evolution of mindsets among the central bank community based on Mark Carney's work and Stern, as well as the network for green in the financial system, which is part of the perspective of the Brazilian Central Bank. And so this change of mindset, it requires a certain degree of humbleness. Central banks, they understand that they need to play an active role, but they are not saviors ultimately. They will not solve climate change problems fully. And so the actions of several other players are necessary, such as governments and private sector. And this can be done within the mandates, the current mandates of central banks, because climate change has a direct impact on the mandates for financial stability and price stability and macroeconomic stability of central banks, because we do know basically that climate change events such as huge storms, etc., they have an impact on the losses of banks and insurance, and this ultimately has a negative impact on global financial stability. And of course, several other stakeholders of the financial sector and private sector are moving in the same direction. So the contribution that the Bank for International Settlement has given to this topic is to show through this book published last year, which is available on our website, that we have coined these catastrophic climate events green swan. And so moving away from a more ethical perspective towards a more risk-based perspective. So a risk approach, so showing that we need to change the paradigm of risk models that we used to have in the past, moving away from the normal Gaussian distributions and seeking more complex models that are not simply linear or mere extrapolation of past data, historical data, because in our understanding, this green or the green swan are very different from the black swan, the so-called black swan. They are certain to occur, and there are inflection points, tipping points, after which non-controllable events affecting the temperature of the planet can generate very negative effects for a global economy. And so we face radical uncertainty. But in spite of this radical uncertainty, we advocate that we need to move and pursue a reduction. You're certainly aware of this graph measuring our GHGs, annual GHGs, but we need to move from this growth trend that we have currently to reduce to close to zero. Otherwise, we run the risk of facing the kind of situation illustrated in this graph. You can see in red the zones where if the temperature of the planet rises above the threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius above the average for the industrial era, we will have vast areas of the planet becoming completely uninhabitable for the population in general, generating migration movements and catastrophic effects for the population. And so climate change is very, very likely to unchain macroeconomic and financial events that are extremely devastating for the planet. In addition, from a risk point of view, there are events connected to climate change, just showing some events, potential events here, such as the change in circulation of jet stream currents in the Atlantic, and what we know of the impact on tropical rainforests, and events in the polar caps in the south and the north. These are all events with cascading effects that are completely unknown by current science, even though we may predict that they will have extremely devastating ramifications. For all these reasons, the central banks are beginning to show an interest. Well, they began in the 90s and more so after the 2000s. And the central bank in Brazil also has been showing an interest and doing its part, playing its role in interfering and doing something against climate change.
And I do not mean do everything, doing things that are within the mandate of these institutions. For example, supply of modeling instruments on climate risk, on modeling the resilience of the economic sector. They are more complicated, but they are necessary. For example, thinking about the macro models, the role of the regulation on financial stability on the perspective of climate risk. Another example, the accounting standards, the way we register climate risk on financial institutions' balances. And one other example is the taxonomy on green investment products, for example, both for private and public investors. So these are tasks of central banks taking into account the need for coordination with other players. That is, it is not about doing things isolatedly, but climate change is a global phenomenon and it requires coordination among local and global agents. For example, obviously, ministries of finance and governments, they are actually the first ones responsible for fiscal and tax tools in order to correct these distortions, these negative externalities. And here, we know we are at the development forum, so we know we also have to coordinate with international development institutions, but also national institutions, development banks at the national level, as they have the tools to finance the transition. And this needs to be done by using new technologies, new financial technologies, not only for financing transition, but also something important. I believe this transition needs to be done with a degree of reducing inequality. So climate change is a phenomenon that hits more profoundly poorer countries, and inside each country, they are poorer segments of the population. So we need to take into account poverty and inequality. And the new technologies in the financial sector can actually bring more inclusion and change in the way that we are designing public policy. Certainly, you know that through fintechs for faster payments at lower costs, for example, the use of our smartphones, we can contribute quite a lot with financial inclusion, and we can use several means: digital identity, big data, artificial intelligence. All these can change the speed of payments and also the accuracy of targeting policies, improving the earmarking capabilities. And this is very important for development banks, which need to use this type of tool. Obviously, we need to be careful and also look at some risks involved in these technologies. They are indeed inclusive, but they may cause some kind of digital discrimination through eventual ways that algorithms are used. I will show you one example of a country such as India. Through digital identities, they accelerated their banking inclusion. Here shown in the vertical axis, the percentage of the population with bank accounts, and the per capita GDP on the horizontal. So the time for a country such as India to reach this level of banking inclusion has been highly accelerated with these technologies. So it would have taken much longer without these technologies. And this is also true for technologies for fast payments. And Brazil has been developing these fast payments. So the ability for having faster bank transfers and with smaller amounts. Also, the reduction for the prices of remittances. And this also facilitates the lives of poorer people. This also needs to be done. And these technologies that can address inclusion or financial inclusion, they can and should be used. This is the third point. in the way that we design our post-COVID recovery. And what is the role of institutions, of development banks? This is a very simplified chart of a possible post-COVID recovery. GDP on the black line, and we know it is not an actual V form. It is more like a square root, but where we are now, and for us to go back to the pre-COVID trend, if we use traditional technologies, we can see a recovery in yellow. Initially faster, but less sustainable in terms of development. Or if we use more sustainable technologies, we can see in this dotted green line. Maybe because they are new, they sometimes may take longer to materialize, but they are more sustainable and they bring more benefit to society. The point is, by using these new technologies and development banks, fiscal policy, and aid and research aid policies, these financing may make this green line be even more accelerated than the traditional recovery. I believe this is the point that some researchers, such as Stern and Stiglitz, are using, and they show this in this graph. It is a bit more complicated, but I'll try and explain. In each point, the graph measures the ability of having positive impact over climate, measured vis-a-vis its fiscal multiplier for the long term. So, the more you are at the northeast quadrant, the greater your positive climate impact, i.e., the more you are contributing to climate change, and greater it is the multiplying effect in your economy. And you can see in this graph that some programs are quite interesting here in terms of post-COVID recovery programs, such as infrastructure, research on alternative energy sources. So in order for us to move in this full green line and sustainable line, there are several policies that can be addressed, and the role of development banks is essential, is crucial for us to liaise this logic between post-COVID recovery with a sustainable approach. And you discussed this yesterday. I could hear some of the presentations. We started to look at the types of more sustainable infrastructure that can be financed by development banks. And I believe and I think that you heard what happened in the One Finance Summit in the Coalition for Development Banks. And this was the topic, using the recovery for sustainable development. And it is not only related to public banks, but partnerships with the private sector, as the private sector also has a lot of appetite towards having green financial instruments, and it needs a bit more precision and direction about the taxonomy of such green instruments and how they can be mobilized to indeed increase the market of this type of assets.
And obviously, the private sector is also seeking partnerships with the public sector. We have examples that are quite concrete of such initiatives. You are sure to have heard or even discussed several of the coalitions that are seeking zero emissions. From the point of view of some asset managers or even major companies in the private sector, projects for decarbonization of the portfolios of major banks and insurance companies. And of course, we mustn't forget two major initiatives underway: the European Green Deal, a package of almost €1 trillion, one of the main strategies for recovery. And you know that in the new Biden administration, they have a very important infrastructure and sustainable recovery plan for its economy. So the conclusion is, based on awareness raising of the community of central banks and the public and private financial sectors and governments, I believe we are undergoing a very important reflection, and we do need a certain degree of optimism. I know it's very difficult in a volatile and complex world, but COVID, in a certain sense, has produced a kind of accelerated image of what might be a permanent climate catastrophe for all of us. In a certain way, it has brought us an accelerated movie or film, but of what might happen, but it has created some certain macroeconomic conditions and an awareness in the private sector that it is indeed necessary to finance a transition that needs to be more sustainable. It is beneficial for a large set of stakeholders in society. It's about coordination and acceptance of a new modality of growth, and actions need to be carried out on the demand side and the supply side. So today, consumers are more selective. Consumers want to consume in a new way. Obviously, we know that, well, there are certain wishes from scientists and researchers. We cannot impose these wishes on the whole of society, but there is capacity for obtaining more information on what are the benefits for the whole of society, and on the demand side to consume more with more awareness. On the supply side, that's the role of the authorities, of the public sector, to supply and offer products and research, finance new technologies. This is very important, and we need to keep in mind the image of a Schumpeterian creativity with a transition towards new technologies and new modes of organizing society. And we need to mobilize the private and public financing capacity. And the development banks are a key instrument in this transition. And final word is that we need to be aware that a transition towards a less carbon-intensive economy has redistributive consequences. It's a transition that has impacts on the more vulnerable populations in poorer countries that don't necessarily have resources to adapt quickly to this kind of transition. So every time we think of transition policies and we think of financing this transition, and every time we use to this end the public policies issued by public authorities, we must be fully aware of the need to support this transition with policies aimed at social protection and redistribution. Thank you very much.
Muito bem, doutor. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much for your rich contribution, Dr. Luiz Awazu Pereira. Your presentation makes the opening of the third day of the forum particularly special. And so we will continue with the program. Thank you very much. We are very honored that you have opened the third day of the forum. Thank you. So we will continue the program. We have just opened our forum with Dr. Luiz Awazu Pereira. We will continue now with the next activity of the forum.
Muito bem, vamos tratar agora de assunto
We will now address the issue of Fishbowl regulation, innovative instruments and partnerships for development. And to conduct this discussion, the main specialist of the IDB, Netto, and the guests are Marcelo Barbosa, president of the CVM, Juan Ketterer, head of the Division of Capital Markets and Connectivity of the IDB, and Bruno Laskowsky, Director for Participations, Capital Market and Indirect Credit of BNDES. Comments by José Cláudio dos Santos, Vice President of Badesul, the Development Agency of Rio Grande do Sul, and Cláudio Guimarães Jr., Executive Director of the ABBC. So with the floor, the moderator, Ms. Netto. Thank you. It's a pleasure for the IDB to open this panel, a panel with many friends and important people. Marcelo from CVM, Bruno from BNDES, and Juan Ketterer from the IDB. We are going to have a panel to discuss financial innovation and regulation, considering several important trends for our economy, trends that are related to digitalization and sustainability, but also related to economic recovery, especially considering the crisis we are undergoing with the COVID pandemic. I'd like to give the floor to each of the panelists so that they can provide their perspective on the topic, and then we will have a fishbowl, which means we'll have commentators on different dimensions and reactions from our panel members on these perspectives. And reminding you that we are going to have people speaking Portuguese and English, and so if you wish to access the translation, you can click on the globe icon to listen to translation to Portuguese or English. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Marcelo Barbosa from CVM. Thank you and welcome. Thank you, Maria. thank you for the participation to participate in the Development Forum. And I'd like to greet my panel colleagues, Bruno, Juan, Cláudio, and Maria, who has been participating in so many activities with us. I apologize if I left anyone out. Now, straight to the point of the topic of the panel, I'd like to highlight that for the market, from the perspective of a capital market regulator, sustainable development and innovation, they go hand in hand with our agenda. They permeate our market development agenda.
There are estimates for additional GDP in Brazil around 3 trillion reais until 2030, generation of over 2 million jobs, and with a green economy that can attract more investment and drive greater competitiveness in our economy. And obviously, this will depend on regulation and oversight that are adequate, and also on innovation of financial market innovations, as well as financial markets. Our regulation of the market in Brazil, and any market that is developed, it is based on the assumption of the insurance of transparency and availability of information in a timely manner and a comprehensive manner. So the ASG theme has been included with new tools as well in the area of sustainable finance and partnerships. We follow up this subject not only at the national level in the Brazilian market, but also into the international level, especially in the more relevant forum for us that gathers the regulators of capital markets, and where we have a task force last year to address some topics of this sustainability agenda. So we have 3 main ones. One is transparency in the ESG, in the managers of products, mitigating the risk of undesired practices that sometimes come. I'm talking about greenwashing. So it is just a superficial creation of an appearance of adherence to environmental and sustainability aspects, but has no content. So it should be fought. And finally, we have the area of rating on ESG and classification entities. In IOSCO 2019, we already defined, we could see that it is essential and crucial to leverage resources. And we have had some important progress in our regulation. First, public hearing and collection of public opinions about the reference form. In 2 senses. First, to eliminate redundancies and simplification of the form, which will mean potential reduction around 1/3 and maybe more of the volume of the form. And also the improvement of information about social and environmental and governance aspects of listed companies. We're also working with the potential use of crowdfunding for positive social environmental programs, and also in the public hearing about the reform for fund regulation, for funds for regulations, we are addressing the FIDICs that are social and environmental. I also think it is important to mention the Laboratory for Financial Innovation, a partnership that is very important, the lab. It was created and established by ABDE and GIZ, and based on the lab, we have generated several very important initiatives contributing to the development of new products, discussion of new practices based on the 4 groups or working groups of the lab: ESG, risk and transparency, and others. I can mention other initiatives later on if needs be, but for now I will conclude so that we can respect time. Thank you again for the invitation and congratulations for the organization of this forum. Yes, congratulations to CVM too, that has made major effort towards aligning these international initiatives, such as yours, participation in capital markets, and being open as well regarding positive impacts as well as environmental safeguards. So it is interesting to talk about also your efforts regarding innovation and in the financial area, FIDICs and crowdfunding. What is a green FIDIC? And how can we increase safety in the market so we create this green market but avoiding greenwashing, right? Bruno, BNDES, could we talk to you? So we're talking about this agenda and what are your perspectives about these important perspectives, not only in Brazil, but in Latin America, such as integration of sustainability and economic recovery, etc. Thank you, Maria. Thanks for the invitation. I'd like to thank Sergio, and also I'd like to salute all my colleagues here, Marcelo Barbosa. We have a lot of contact, and Cláudio as well, from Badesul, Antonio, and also you, Maria. Thank you. Well, to get the ball rolling, I'd like to speak very briefly about, very swiftly about the way the BNDES is taking a stand. We have 5 main blocks which we define for 21-22. We're talking disinvestment strategy, and I can go into further detail, but it is a recycling of capital, and this logic has a lot to do with the new educational process. We're going to talk about ESG, impact funding, but we can go into greater detail. But everything that has to do with services bank, it is, well, BNDES, it is an investment bank, I would say the biggest one. And in terms of mandates, we have over 200 mandates. It is a bank that does privatizations, concessions. subjects in the media at all times, and everything that has to do with project finance and co-financing. We already have innovation. What is course, non-recourse, completion, non-completion, and how we apply this to ESG, everything that has to do with SMEs. It is an anti-cyclic policy. Just to give you an idea of the dimension in terms of numbers in this process during the pandemics, if we gather last year and the beginning of this year, we are talking over 150 billion injection in the economy. And Marcelo also spoke about the FIDICs. Everything that has to do with credit insurance, we understand that you can potentialize the capital, the existing capital, creating leveraging in the market, especially in acute moments of the economy. And the example of the pandemics is very appropriate. When the economy is more acute, bankers manage risk. Risks increase and they manage. So what did we do? We have a structure for credit insurance with very large numbers, 20 billion from budget resources from treasury. So we have the first loss and then there's a structure for coverage in such a way that we can irrigate the economy with over 92 billion covering over 120,000 companies. And this model that we understand, it is innovative and it is inside the compound of shares of initiatives, I beg your pardon, of BNDES. The balance of BNDES is quite robust. We have a spread of over 50% and over 500 billion. But when we potentialize insurance, with the credit insurance, we can multiply this management. In Brazil, we have over 4 trillion in credit from micro to large companies. So these amounts are very significant. This is also an agenda that is very important to us. And the agenda, the ESG agenda. And we are studying and we will execute a large project regarding carbon markets. We are very firmly involved in these discussions and we understand there is huge opportunity. Brazil is the generator of this competence, this natural competence, and very clear in the country in the generation of opportunities for carbon offsetting. And we provide more consistency to this.
So we are talking with several partners, classification agencies and project designers, AB3, and to gain a vision of marketplace, and BNDES can purchase credits, kind of a backstop for us to be able to buy carbon credits. We can be market makers in a way that will allow us more logic, more rationale in the pricing process, developing the market, and obviously with an important marketplace to provide consistency. This is to develop and create new market opportunities, not to speak of the green bond emission and so on. So in BNDES, we have 100 participations. If I look at the investment funds, we have more than 200 companies. And so we can do all the surveys of emissions and the potential, the marketplace. It's like an internal marketplace in ABBDE. And I also responsible for the restructuring area here. Just to give you an idea, we have around 40 billion in our portfolio. But also a lot of discussions need to be carried out, but why not accept carbon credit to improve the recovery of these companies? Thank you once again. I'm going to conclude here. Thank you for the invitation. It was great, Bruno, to hear about so many innovations. We are aware of the important role of BNDES. We will discuss the role of public banks, and it is playing an intermediary role more than financing directly. And for IDB, it was a pleasure to participate in the support of the FGPA, and which had guaranteed success, not only in the leveraging, but also in the response that allowed a quick response, a quick recovery. And it's an example to be considered in the future, the role of the bank, this expanded role for the bank. And we will address this at the end. It's interesting to see a public bank developing the market. It's a lot of innovation. I would like to give the floor now to Juan Ketterer. We are going to hear what the IDB has been doing in Brazil in general regarding the role of the development banks, and also in general in terms of regulation, with all these trends that we are discussing here, that and the need to rethink the financial system. We cannot hear you, Juan.
Estaba en mute. Obrigado. No, decía que não falo muito bem português e o tema
I don't speak Portuguese very well.
Tampoco. Ahora sí? Agora me escuchan?
Can you hear now?
Okay. Entonces, no, decía que como no falo muito bem português,
I don't speak Portuguese very well, so I'm going to speak English.
Okay. So, what I'm going to talk a little bit is what happened to us as a multilateral institution right after the crisis due to the pandemics. And, you know, we did many things during last year in the pandemics environment. But what I want to address is not so much what we did, but what we're thinking moving forward. And one of the things that we have to do is to try to reestablish a strategic focus on certain things that have changed a great deal as a consequence of the pandemic. And this strategic thinking has to be around 6 pillars. One is about the efficiency of the use of the capital. I'm talking about from the point of view of a bank, okay? Multilateral bank, still a bank. So the first is efficiency in the use of capital. Second is the inclusivity of our strategies, the sustainability from the climate point of view, strategic use of resources, and a sort of holistic view of our asset liability management. So the first thing is that we believe that not only for the ADB, but also for many other development banks, capital is becoming really scarce. up to the point in which we are also capital constrained, and I guess that many of you also are. And given the fiscal environment in which everybody, all the countries have gone through a increase in indebtedness, the support of the central governments might be in question in the coming years. So therefore, a capital optimization is an important sort of strategic guide. And that leads to all the questions related to the participation of the private sector. And in here, we have been promoting or thinking of proposing a radical change in our approach to use of public resources, and that is public resources no longer should be used to finance projects, but rather they should be used to facilitate the financing from the private sector. And that means a risk management approach rather than a financing approach. And that is something which is easily said, but it's a little bit more involved when you have to put it in practice. But I will leave it here at this level of generality, then we can go a little bit in more detail. Second, inclusion. Inclusion to us is parallel to digitalization. The only way in which we can really go about including people from the financial point of view is if we bet big time on digitalization. Okay. Third, sustainability, climate sustainability. Climate sustainability is something that it should be maybe not the highest priority, I don't know, but among definitely the highest priorities, because that is a sine qua non condition for development of the world. If the world goes in certain direction, the rest won't really matter that much. Then our strategic focus on two things. One is digitalization of SMEs. One of the lessons of the crisis is that digitalization, those who were more digital enabled were able to do better than those who were digitally less focused. So I think that in any program from now into the future in which we deal with SMEs, digitalization has to be one of the important aspects of the program. And again, this is also something that is easily said. When you get down to do it, it's a little bit more involved than you think of. So it really deserves a good deal of thought. We at the ABDE have been doing this for the last, I would say, 2 years, and we have come up with certain solutions, but we are not completely satisfied as to the level of output that we have in this realm. And the last thing that I wanted to talk about is the management of asset liabilities. Okay, usually when you are a bank, you do something on the asset and then you use your balance to finance this, and then you manage your liabilities, and at some point you reach your sweet spot of equilibrium between asset liabilities, and you take the risk that you think is best for your institution under the regulatory guidelines. And that's the standard, that has been the standard procedure. But now what's happening is that since we're going to have to deal with the co-financing of the private sector, that will imply many times that operations will have to be done off balance. Okay. Therefore, if we deal with off balance operations, we have to be able to set up the liability side of these sort of vehicles that will conduct the off balance operations. They have to be able to issue a very particular type of papers or instruments, financing instruments, to accommodate for the risk tolerance of the assets investments of this particular vehicle and all the partners involved. So in many of our financial institutions, there is no knowledge enough to be able to develop these products. So we think that one of the most important tasks that we have to accomplish in the very short near future is to build up internal capacity on this area, on the area of structuring, so that we are able to deploy off-balance financing vehicles. This is very important. It is also true that many regulatory environments are not so well equipped to deal with the off-balance operations. So we have also to establish communications lines with our regulators so that they are understanding as to what it is that we are doing in this off-balance. One of the examples that links this with the climate finance, for example, is our idea that we have been dealing in particular in Brazil through the financial lab, that is the covered bond idea. This is an innovation that is totally ad hoc for the issuance of green bonds. So if we can, define a vehicle that is exactly tailor-made for this type of investments, then I think we will be able to accomplish a big step forward in terms of bringing third-party financing to this realm or to this space, which is exactly what we are looking for, with a minimal use of our capital as financial institutions. Okay, this is very important because otherwise we'll run out of options pretty soon, and the possibilities of having capital replenishments are constrained by the fiscal positions of our countries. Well, I think that I have run enough, and I will leave it here. And in the rest of the day, we will go a little bit in depth on each one of the strategic ideas that I just put forward. Thank you very much, Maria. Back to you.
Muito obrigado, Juan. Alguns pontos importantes, né?
Thank you, Juan. Many important points. The bank starting to think better about the way to structure mechanisms for risking and for risk reduction. And this is not easy. It is a challenge. The lab that we have is a space very important where IDB and CVM and the financial market have been discussing this topic, and also digitalization. You commented digitalization and inclusion and financial inclusion brought by digitalization, in addition to competitiveness. So I will go to this discussion. One of the important areas that we see here is, on the one side, the need of digitalization of the financial system in order to make financing reach the places and it should, but also how to innovate with instruments that are more adequate to the participation of the private sector. So I'd like to call Cláudio about digitalization, and then Marcelo and Juan Ketterer to answer.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
Aí o Marcelo, o Juan.
I'd like to salute all of you, Marcelo, Bruno, Maria, and I'd like to thank ABDE for the invitation. and for this possibility for us to expand our partnership between ABBC and ABDE for the strengthening of the Brazilian financial market. We are in a moment of transformation that is quite significant. The process of digitalization is there. It is a question of survival. All financial institutions are digitalizing, and the mindset of their steering is also changing. We have an intersection between ABBC and ABDE. Our affiliates, out of the 102 members, we have several fomenting institutions, BNDES, Desenvolve São Paulo, BNDES. So this makes the ecosystem work together in this development, in this process of digitalization. We are living in a process that is very important in the progress of our system. First, the PIX, the new payment system. And this is similar to what we had in 2002 when we implemented the new system in Brazil. Now, we are again going towards the borders of development when we implement the PIX. It is major and brings major challenges as well for institutions and for regulators, the central bank, etc. And now we are leaving the implementation of the open banking in Brazil, which will also bring major transformation. And this will enable inclusion in Brazil. They are so important in Brazil. And the emergence of new products and services where the major beneficiaries will be Brazilian citizens. So the question I'd like to share with Marcelo and Juan goes along these lines. The crisis of the pandemics of COVID-19 impacted the financial system, and the counter-cyclic response and its partners at the international level were decisive for recovery. Marcelo mentioned a few initiatives. And what initiatives can we expect for the biennium to 21-22 in order to consolidate all the progress that we could observe in 2020? Thank you, Cláudio. And we're going to have answers. Marcelo, we have been working quite a lot with CVM. We innovated with Sandbox for fintechs. And Marcelo, could you comment, please? Of course. Innovation is necessary for several angles. First, to maintain the market competitive. And markets compete among themselves across the world for attention and interest of major capital allocators. At the same time, there is competition between agents. Innovation brings security, traceability, portability of investments. This is essential. And in the sandbox, as I mentioned recently, when we opened the first group or the first cohort of Sandbox, we had no idea about how many interested parties would appear. And over 30, the number was surprising, from several states of Brazil. It is excellent. So We had interested parties from all states in Brazil and from abroad. So portability of investments, security, and that was excellent. And we expect to announce the next one, the next group. I think there are also legacies that were important. The use of virtual means to carry out assemblies. So we had to defend legislative changes in the past because the pandemic, in addition to the human drama, which is the main aspect of this tragedy, it started to manifest. And people started to work remotely since March last year. But the end of March was the deadline for companies to disseminate and to publicize their balances. So things happened very fast because companies were able to act and respond very swiftly for their assemblies. So these are legacies. We can see several initiatives such as PIX and open banking. These will also allow for portability of investments with safety, with security. And we can see retail growing this way. And this was a possibility brought by the reduction in interest rates. So innovation is something that we need to embrace and encourage, no doubt, being sure that this is done with security, because our main mandate is protecting investors.
Fantastic, Marcelo. Your comment on transparency and efficiency, as well as a mechanism to increase safety, security. Juan, would you like to respond to a quick response, 2-3 minutes? We can't hear you, Juan. Please open your microphone.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Now, I think that we have to be, very clear as to what it is that we are doing in the space of digitalization. And one of the things that we need to have focus is in trying to act in those spaces in which we can act as a multilateral or as a development banks, and those other aspects that just, are changing in the environment and will dictate changes in our strategies as we adapt. That's basically the thing. So I think that there are things that we can act, and one of the things that we can act is, for example, in making a strong push for including in our lending programs digital components, and that can be done in 2 ways. One is including if we're lending second tier or indirect operations, as BNDES calls it, we can use as first tier banks also fintechs. Okay. So that takes a little bit of work from our end, from the end of the fintechs and from the end of the regulators. But that's one of the things that we can do. And the second thing that we should and can do is to try to include digitalization investments in our funding of the SMEs. That is also another thing that takes a lot of effort. Doing it right and do it with purpose is not so easy as it looks. So that is 2 things that in which we as the ADB, at some point, if you want, we can talk about how to do it, our ideas, your ideas. We are really looking forward the possibility of having different implementing, let's say, programs to learn and to be able this market reacts to our ideas. So, but we are, very humble on this part, and we really need to learn from you what you think, how you see this part. But we're really willing, and we have the resources to do it. Thank you. Back to you, Maria.
Muito obrigada, Juan. E muito
Thank you,
importante.
Juan. Very important comment that in addition to being available to work with development banks, to structure ways of using digitalization to facilitate and increase the efficiency of financing, and also financing digitalization of small and medium companies. As Juan says, we are all learning. Now, moving to innovative financial instruments, Bruno addressed this topic and talked about new pillars of BNDES. Juan highlighted difficulties and importance of having more sophisticated mechanisms that will consider the need to cover risks, especially in a counter-cyclical situation, and new topics such as sustainability emerging. José Cláudio dos Santos, please comment on this theme, and then Bruno and Juan can respond to Cláudio. I'm sorry, to José Cláudio. Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues on this panel. Thank you to ABDE, President Guzmão, and President of Badesul, Janete, who was unable to attend, and she asked me to come. And we are very happy that Badesul is participating. I don't want to be repetitive, but it's important to highlight that we are going through an evolution of one more stage, another era. We had the agricultural era, the industrial era, and impacts on the world economy. We also underwent globalization and the era of limits more recently. All these eras entail phenomena that add and drive the natural phenomenon of longevity, the evolution of medicine, the era of knowledge. One more phenomenon, the pandemic that we are facing, and also which also causes transformations on people's behavior and people's lives, and in the world economy as well, and local economy. And we need to protect people and the economy. This is our challenge. We might say that it's technological progress if it weren't for the losses that we are experiencing. This phenomenon is surprising because in the digital world, we have attacks to databases, we have data issues, and so data have gained importance for the market. In this context of connectivity and digital transformation, impacts on the world financial system, redefining the legal status of private banks, public banks, and those that are responsible for promoting development. These are all assumptions that are decisive in trade relations, in public policies in Brazil, in Europe, or any other continent. It's social progress that has as its mission something broader, which is inclusion and other requirements, such as economic recovery based on sustainable basis, a world that has started a transition a world in transition, a transition towards progress. Climate impacts, health impacts, science, technology, all this going together hand in hand with green finances, and also as part of the agenda of Badesul or any other development system in Brazil, in the world. Badesul has 40 years, but needs to continue promoting development. And so topics such as sustainability, inclusion, cooperation, partnerships, PPPs, that are now part of the agenda of development agencies. All this with coming closer to customers, to clients, investors, and sectors, learning more about the sector, learning more about the customer, about demands, deeper knowledge of micro and small companies and new segments. All this is very important in order to develop products and solutions that adapt in the process of agribusiness, infrastructure, the business world. We need to know deeply, understand deeply what the demand is. And so it's clear that we cannot promote development without thinking of micro and small companies, on digitalization, diversity, reskilling, social protection, including the key pillar of innovation. But at Badesul, we had to address innovation within a legal context that is quite rigid, strict, and this very strict legal framework. Since 2014, we have been trying to work without funding projects, and since 2014. So there is a delay in the legal evolution, in the regulation, which doesn't move with the same speed as the rest of the world and all these advances. There is this mismatch with the legal framework. Our projects, our crowdfunding projects, they were only possible after a public hearing on regulation of platforms. The platforms, they announce these offers. And so we had been for a long time seeking this regulation. And when this was regulated at Badesul, we had the participation in the laboratory of BNDES and ABDE. We were able to achieve a model of operation that allowed us to launch the crowdfunding project, and we are already at the bidding phase. And so these experiences a long time show the mismatch on the legal side. And this experience makes us think how regulation of the whole process, from the formulation of a bidding process, how to simplify all this.
Simplify and optimize everything in order to evolve. So all of this ends up by pushing the market. Regulation pushes the private market faster, but in the public sector, regulation is much larger, and it ends up by jeopardizing innovation in the public area. Just to conclude, the major challenge is simplification of regulation in order to bring about legal security and also flexibility to accelerate the innovation process adequate to the moment of the world. Thank you, José, Cláudio, Badesul. developed the first program of a crowdfunding project by a development institution. It was a result of a lab, and it's a very beautiful work. The role of the lab to promote this innovation, but it also allowed the dialogue with regulators, the CVM, which also facilitated the creation of this innovation. Clearly, innovation is permeated by regulation, or around regulation we can do things that may be a bit more risky. And Bruno and Juan, I'd like to hear you about this. How to address financial innovation considering the regulatory framework and the need for fast responses. Thank you, Maria. BNDES has so much going on. It's difficult to align all ideas, but I'll give you 2 or 3 examples of our operations. One very interesting, where BNDES provided collateral in the senior quota that made feasible for a cotejal, for a cooperative could have its emission. It was a small issuance, but we can multiply, right? So we use the power of balance of the bank, and this allowed the cost of this issue to be cheaper than it would have been if there was no guarantee or collateral in the senior quota. Another interesting example is in the area of indirect credit for agents, especially now during the pandemics, the area that made feasible several programs of public policies, preservation of jobs, etc. We also innovated something very interesting with the Secretariat of Public Policy, SAMTEC, many institutions, which was the maquininhas, where we have this smoke credit program, not in the perspective of discounts of traditional receivables, but future ones. We anticipate resources. So the interesting in this model is that it was totally digital, and the time for the preparation of technological platforms, so it was looking for information with the central banks and the centrals. It was very instrumental in order for us to be able to find so many participants. And 28% of the lenders were MEIs, small companies that never participated in credit before. So it was also a possibility to bring them into the financial market. One other example is the format I just commented of the carbon credit market. And the potential, if we look at that as a country policy with the ability that we have to be this green power, we can rebalance this, the potential, and that's an area where we could make a difference in being a carbon offsetter. And it goes through a different world vision, making the world better, etc. And the way we see a development bank, BNDES has been established for over 70 years, and the format changes according to characteristics and environments, etc. But the size and the work of BNDES is no longer measured by the size of its balance, but by the impact generated. If we make 100 million people in Brazil lacking in sanitation, if we affect them, if we affect the 35 million people that has no treated water, if they are impacted by our concession projects, so they will be impacted by money of BNDES. And this is a way of fulfilling our mission. This is philosophical in the view of foment institutions. So looking at impacts, this is the most innovative process we can offer the country. Thank you. It is a development bank, aims to develop. And impact is very important, and it needs to be demonstrated, even because of transparency and the fiscal transparency we should have.
Juan?
Juan?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, we as the IDB, we don't have really first-tier operation. We almost our third-tier operation, but we have been very active on this space of digitalization of financial services is on lobbying, let's say, regulators about the need to update their frameworks to accommodate for these new developments in the financial space. And in that regard, we are managing not only the financial labs in each one of the countries, particularly the most important one and productive one has been the Brazilian case, as Maria and many of you very well know. But we also have this network that we call LAC FinTech, which gathers together all the financial regulators of Latin America and the associations of fintechs. And that has been going on for a year, almost 2 years now, and it's been very successful. And one of the outputs that we're having from this sort of region-wide conversation is not only that I've had the feeling the regulators become more sensitive more receptive to these issues of financial innovation due to digitalization, but also we have come up with a project which is a sandbox of a character regional. That is, whichever results are accomplished in one jurisdiction will be extended to another jurisdiction. So that fintech will not have to go to 5 or 6 different jurisdictions to get the sandbox treatment, but with one jurisdiction, it will extend automatically to the other 5 or 6. So that's, I think, a very important advance. I mean, it's not operational yet, but it will be operational soon. And I think that this will really contribute and enhance the growth of fintech, because there is one important thing. Even though for the Brazil case, Brazil is a very large country, but if you look around you, the region are not so, the countries are not so large in general. So the fintechs have a problem of scale. And that is something which is also very important to understand. But even for the fintechs which live in Brazil, extending to different jurisdictions is a problem because they have to deal with each one of them. Through this sandbox device, it is hoped that we are going to be able to reduce substantially the transaction costs. Okay, so that I think that we're running out of time, so I'm going to leave it here and back to you, Maria.
Muito obrigado, Juan. Na última
Thank you, Juan. In the last round of discussion, I will give 3 minutes for each of the speakers. We spoke digitalization, development, impact, but I would like to go back to sustainability. Regarding sustainability, we can see something that Marcelo mentioned in the beginning, a trend on the part of international investors seeking for assets that have positive impacts. And it is pressure by the market to see good governance on the environmental area. And also, as Bruno mentioned, the potential of creating new markets. So the fact that we're here, ABDE and CVM, we have a lab gathering over 250 players, regulators, capital market agents, etc., specialists, etc. So I'd like to ask you how you see financial innovation in order to promote sustainable development. What is the role of regulators of a bank such as ABDE, I beg your pardon, and I'd like to start with Marcelo. Very relevant question. On the perspective of a regulator, it is important to allow access to information about aspects related to sustainability, governance, and other ESG topics, so that investors can make their choices. The large capital allocators, retailer investments, especially new generation ones, they make their choices very much based on the way issuers do. And obviously I'm talking about securities issues, right? Issuers. And they need to provide this information because certainly they are important for those who make investments. And this is an important proposal of the 480 document. So, we are not suggesting the adoption of these practices. We cannot do that. What we can do and we propose to be done is to require companies and issuers to explain how they address these policies in their scopes, so that it is clear for the market and so that investors can take their decisions regarding investment with this important element present in the main markets. And in Brazil, we should not be different, and otherwise we would be not aligned with the rest. And it is also important for us to have a stand that is receptive to innovation in terms of development of products for green finance. Be it through the lab or with other partnerships, we always have a stand of open dialogue about this innovation so that we can ensure that the Brazilian market will rely on these investments, not only competitive in terms of return, but also that create positive impacts.
In terms of sustainability as well, with consequences, positive consequences at an expanded level. Thank you for your participation and support, Marcelo. I'd like to give the floor to Bruno. You addressed the carbon market and IDB has strong interest from a regional point of view, especially in the forest sector. But as you said, there are other areas. So please, your final remarks. Once again, Maria, thank you. It was an excellent panel, excellent discussion. On the dynamics of innovation, anything we say entails digitalization, access to credit, and today almost 52% of BNDES disbursements, they are made to micro and small companies. Just to give you an idea, in our area of fund allocation, we have 4 billion just for FDICs. There's a structure, a whole structure that was built in a very innovative view, from a normative point of view, with pricing curves, and so that we can remunerate capital appropriately and also increase access to credit for those who most need it. Almost 4 billion until the end of the year on these initiatives. And we have an IoT fund, and we are going to create the BNDES garage. In the previous edition, we had over 5,000 enrollments. We have interesting cases of investments, such as Magna Medi, company that grew a lot with mechanical ventilators. Agricultural equipment, there is an acceleration, and also on microeconomics, we have a project and we generate added value. A company that was accelerated 1.5 degrees, detecting forest fires, and also along the lines of the supervision that we conduct. And on the side of funding, when we issue green bonds, we are able to create a lighter balance. And at the same time, we talk about sustainability, but I'd like to mention governance as well, because we have, through our funds, we have 200 companies, we have something around 49 council members, and we are conducting an intensive campaign to increase women, to increase the diversity on our boards. Recent information, we have an average of 11% women on boards. We have achieved 14%. It's still low, but it's a trend towards improving diversity and governance. It's many themes, but once again, thank you for the invitation. And I will be available to discuss alternative solutions, whatever you want. Congratulations, Bruno, for the innovation, the work on innovation that you've been doing, and creation of new, and also management of funds. As we spoke with Marcelo, this is very important. Governance is an ally and very much connected to social environmental risk management. Juan, last remarks on the part of IDB. I'm sorry, I will have to say goodbye. Thank you. It was a pleasure to join you. Thank you, Bruno. It was good to have you.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for the participation on this workshop. Second, I would like to remark and to reassure everyone the commitment of the ADB to aid the climate, in this particular case, the climate investments. Second, the technology and digitalization. And third, to our work here in Brazil through many different windows, but in particular through the ABDE. One of the things that I have to thank you also for for your support in giving us ideas and being the source of good advice. And after, years of dealing with many of you and listening to you and discussing stuff with you, we came up with an interesting solution that ties the digital aspects and the climate dimension of our activities that we presented yesterday. And that is a platform that we call the Green Bond Transparency Platform, which is a platform in which we are going to find all relevant information about one of the most mysterious things that surround the green bond market, and that is the use of proceeds and the impact of the investments. So that is a major deterrent for investors, particularly international investors, to come to invest to the green bonds of the region. That is the lack of reliable information as to the use of proceeds and its impact. And I think that with this platform and with the help of you all, we will be able to definitely make it much easier for everybody to understand what's going on with the proceeds of the issuance of the bonds. And this will definitely bring discipline to the green bond market, will practically do away with greenwashing, and also, and mostly important, will be able to attract worldwide investors to the region and to our green, precious green assets that we have to preserve and we have to nurture, because this is the future of our world. And I cannot think of any more noble endeavor than doing this. So I thank you very much for your support, and thank you very much, Maria, for your great work, and back to you.
Muito obrigado, Juan. Aí ficou
Thank you,
também,
Juan.
de fato, Juan anunciando o Green Bond.
Juan announcing the Green Bond Transparency Platform, which will be launched in Brazil. There are several Brazilian partners, including BNDES, Susana Clabin, and Huej are participating. And as we mentioned to Marcelo, the idea is to promote greater transparency and capacity of investors and emitters to navigate the market. To conclude, I'd like to thank ABDE for the opportunity of conducting such an important discussion. Financial innovation in terms of regulation and the world of public banks is very important, not only because of the problems that we see because of the pandemic, but also important opportunities in the future that will conduct to digitalization and sustainability. Thank you all for a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Com os nossos agradecimentos a todos os
Thank you to the participants of the panel,
aqui nesse terceiro dia do
brilliantly
fórum.
conducted on the third day of the forum. And so we will continue with our activities. But before continuing, an announcement. Would you like to know everything that happened at the ABDE Development Forum, all the important information and discussions? Keep an eye on the next edition of the Humus publication, which will cover the panels and the main topics addressed along the week. The next edition will be available in digital format on the website abde.org.br. The Humus is an ABDE publication dedicated to discussing Brazilian development with 45 years of history. In this period, it has collected several awards, and it's been qualified as recommended reading by the Ministry of Education for human and social science colleges. On the website, you can access previous editions of the publication. We will now continue with our program.
Muito bem, dando sequência ao nosso fórum, vamos agora ao painel
We will now begin the panel on development and financial inclusion with the following participants: Renato Vicente, Director of Data Science at Serasa Experian; Sergio, founder of the Conta Black; Paula Salomão, new business manager at Antera; and Giovanni Bevilacqua, economist for Sebrae Nacional. In this panel, we will have the presentation of two cases of institutions that are part of the national development system. So we have the following guests: Rafael Aguiar, from the President of the Development Agency of Goiás, Goiás Fomento, and Eduardo Alexandre Machado, President of the Development Agency of Santa Catarina, BNDES. With the floor, the mediator of the panel, Giovanni Bevilacqua. Welcome to the sixth Development Forum. Greetings to you all. Thank you, President Sergio Guzmão and the whole team of ABDE for the invitation and opportunity to participate in the sixth edition of the Development Forum. ABDE is providing to Brazilian society an important space for dialogue and discussion, both bringing together governments, subnational governments, and specialists, international organizations, aimed at finding paths for the development agenda of Brazil, especially at a time of so many challenges, and also a moment of joining efforts to create a path towards fast recovery. So I have the honor and pleasure to participate in the third day of the Development Forum 2021 in this panel addressing development and financial inclusion, together with Paula Salomão, Manager of New Businesses of Antera; Sergio, founder of Conta Black; Renato Vicente, Director of Data Science of Serasa Experian; and also Rafael Aguiar, President of Goiás Fomento; and Eduardo Machado, President of BNDES from Santa Catarina, also member of ABDE and Sebrae, council member in Santa Catarina. So thank you all for your participation, and I'd like to give the floor to Paula Salomão. Thank you, Paula, for your participation.
Obrigada, Giovanni.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Giovanni, for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation also to be here with you in this forum, and I'd like to thank also for the attendance of my colleagues here. It will be very fruitful for us to exchange information and perceptions about this topic in Brazil, talking about development and financial inclusion and the transition of the financial system. At Antera and my background, I bring the idea of the perspective of investors as I work for Antera. And I have a very brief presentation which I will share with you, just to help us, to help me guide our discussion today.
Todos conseguem ver a minha tela compartilhada já?
Can you see? Okay.
Então, gostaria de agradecer, de novo ao Giovanni.
So thank you, Giovanni, again, and I will bring this vision about investors in the capital markets and the transition of the financial system. The moment of transition we're going through in the financial system. Great. Okay, you can see. So, so this is my view, the venture capital operator and the private investor view. The first image that has a lot to do with our activity of new business and investment is a classical cycle of emerging businesses or startups, generating revenues and gain. When we think about new businesses and beginning businesses, they go through transition cycles and cycles of growth from the moment they start until they achieve maturity in the market. And you can see this transition shown in red here. It goes through the death valley when many discontinue, and then there's a moment of large growth for potential stabilization in markets. And I would like to talk to you today about how capital helps and impacts this cycle, or can contribute to the success of this cycle, and how capital has evolved. In the first moment of development of a new business, we have incipient ideas, not very mature business models, commercial issues not validated yet, and they are all being structured in the beginning. At this moment, we have classical classical investments, the 3 F's in English: friends, family, and founders. The money of friends and family, those who know you and who will help you in the beginning of your business. We also have angel investors, that, as we call them, those who support new businesses, and they are willing to come into the business in the beginning, even if there is greater risk. And many development banks and foment agencies and those who foment research as well participate and have programs in this area, in the support of investment of companies in this stage. And we can see the emergence of new alternatives of investment and financing in new businesses in this stage. When the beginning company starts to give signs of potential growth and the risk and the death valley is behind them, then they start to have access to more professional investors in a more structured manner that they can help. And there we have risk investors, traditional ones, venture capital investors, in addition to strategic alliances and partnerships with corporations. And at the end of this cycle, when the company becomes mature, they can open capital, issue shares, and issue shares and participate in the stock capital. And traditionally, I show here some forms of investment. We work in this market through some types of investments, such as mutuals, mutual convertible. We also have equity, participating in the society, in the company. And we also have the issuance of debentures, either simple or convertible. And they are traditional mechanisms to bring these resources to companies. Something interesting is that there are new borders and other opportunities and agents, other issues which are mobilizing and moving this market, generating more resources for new businesses, for emerging businesses. So we have the emergence and expansion of other forms of investment. First, equity crowdfunding. It allows for this scattered capturing. It is almost like a donation or support of projects. And the equity crowdfunding, which is the participation of investors going into the company in a structured manner. It is expanding and it has grown quite a lot in recent years. We also see the emergence of venture debt, debts for risk businesses, and this type of capital has also grown a lot in Brazil in the last year. In addition, with the development of blockchain tools and crypto assets, we also see some movement in the area of tokenization with blockchain for the entry of capital in new businesses. And recently, and it has a lot to do with the topic that we are debating here in this forum, the impact and ESG being more and more relevant as investors realize that investment looking only at financial returns sometimes are not as attractive or as sustainable in the long term as those that are concerned with other positive externalities in the environmental area, in the social area. So we have seen a growth in this type of investment in a more responsive and responsible manner as well. Green bonds and other mechanisms that involve impact and ESG to the agenda of investment. We need to be concerned with the positive impact generated to new businesses.
Realizing, aware of this change and transition, and also on Antera, we position ourselves as investment managers. At the initial stage of new businesses, we are managers of 2 venture capital funds. These are FIP funds enrolled in CVM in a very traditional investment model that somehow have been also undergoing transformations and becoming more modern with the new regulation that is being put in place. So there's been an evolution in this investment model, allowing for generation of impact and capturing of potential impact that these new businesses can generate in the new economy. And so just to give you a quick overview of Antera, we have 2 funds, the Criatec and the Primatec. On the Criatec, it's a 100 million fund, and it has invested in 36 new innovative businesses. This is a fund that is completing 14 years of operation, and it's in the final phase of de-investment. We are also managers of Primatec, which is a fund. It's an initiative of FINEP with FINEP, with the investors are FINEP, BNDES, BNDES, and so we are in our 6th year of investment and about to enter acceleration period. The purpose of the fund is incubators and technological parks. And we are proud to have 48 companies in our portfolio, 18 of which are in the process of growing, and we can see the impact that the resources invested in these businesses at the initial moment when they needed capital, they were able to grow with very significant returns for the ecosystem. I will not take much longer, but we have several cases that we are proud of. Initially, these were high-risk investments, but now they are able to mobilize the industry and generate a lot of potential. So I'd like to just select one example, MagnaMed, within the Criatec fund. And so the fund invested in MagnaMed when it was working with miniaturizing of components for pulmonary respirators. And now it's a company that played an important role in fighting COVID, producing respirators nationally with quick delivery, with national technology, state-of-the-art technology to help Brazil in the pandemic. And this was all done through a very structured process of investment that somehow allows us to generate impact. As I said, getting businesses to leave the death valley and begin expanding. And I believe we are going to discuss this further along our panel. Thank you, Paula. I think we started really well, the panel, talking about this form of financing business in Brazil. I think we can say that it's still incipient, but there's a long history in other economies. I'd say it would be impossible for us to have companies such as Apple or Facebook if it weren't for this kind of investment through venture capital and private equity. And so it is a very important mode of investment and an important channel for financing of businesses in Brazil, including small businesses, all in small innovative businesses, because most of the companies in the country responsible for 30% of GDP and historically and well known difficulty of access to resources. And so this stream of financing of businesses and investments it has a lot to grow in Brazil and a lot to contribute to economic development in the country. Thank you once again for your participation. And so still on financing for investment and all sorts of financing of business in Brazil, this requires qualification and capacity building of our companies in general. So I'd like to take the opportunity to announce that on the 11th of May, SEBRAE will do the national launch of its project, Capital Empreendedor, for capacity building of innovative companies, especially to qualify them to access investment financing. So you are all invited to the national launch on the 11th of May on the website www.capitalempreendedor.org.br. So after this announcement, I'd like to thank Sergio All, founder of Conta Black and founder and counselor of Business Brazil. And thank you very much for your attendance, Sergio. Good morning, Giovanni. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here participating in this event and to talk about our journey, innovation, inclusion, which permeates the world of entrepreneurs. And as a preface to all this construction, I have been working in publicity for more than 20 years, always concerned with basic issues, always studying and conquering spaces. So over 20 years of work in this segment, my company grew with a great score, with a huge payroll, and then I went to ask for credit, and this was denied to me. And after that, I understood. Well, I asked why. Why was credit denied? What was the restriction? Is it because I have debts, or well? The fact is that credit was really denied, and so imagine me with all the requirements for taking credit. Credit was denied, and well, just think if people have difficulty opening an account, and so this denial was a provocation. It was a huge provocation. And so I took this challenge as a way to rethink inclusion. And Conta Black has this objective. This is my story. How many Sergios experienced this? So I had a few mentors that helped me understand the inclusion and the banking inclusion process. And I wanted to understand the challenges for entrepreneurs and Black entrepreneurs especially. And so I understood that a further difficulty is the process of inclusion. With restriction, it would be impossible to open an account or to have access to financial services. And so I got deeper into the problem. I wanted to understand why 55 million Brazilians don't have a bank account. 70% of adults are economically active. But, well, some of the reasons here, insatisfaction with the banking model that is excluding and bureaucratic, and those who want to have an account just to keep their money. But however, many people are unable to have a bank account, and large share of the population has debts and doesn't have access to credit, and this means that this population is kept at the margin of the financial system, and also dissatisfaction and lack of transparency. So these are some of the points permeating the challenges and excluding much of this population. And so inclusion is undergoing innovation, whether technological or not.
And here we created a simple solution where the person could just download an app and could have a digital account validating just by the CNPJ or the CPF. And the methodologies created by the Afro Business. And the idea was to democratize the access. And even though we have that, sometimes we do not reach everyone because of the lack of a good internet and devices. So that was the aim for us to create the black account at the time, to leave this non-bureaucratic access, and so that everyone could have access to basic services in their everyday lives. And understanding this, we realized that in technology, they wanted to, everyone wanted to have a card, a plastic. And people became proud because they had their cards and the black account. So we are closer to our clients, and we try to understand our challenges as the Conta Black. And we had three missions: to offer financial education as a leader, prioritizing the financial health of people. So we had this role of being someone who conveys a message, and this is the one objective of the Black account. The second mission was to create an accessible financial tool, very simple to charge, to transfer, etc. And the technologies and the app has this role. And we started to understand the challenges imposed by these entrepreneurs, and to us as the Conta Black, as the Black account. And the third mission is to get away from the term bank. We say that we are a financial community made by people. And this makes us closer when we talk about people. And implementing other solutions will have a lot to do with that. And these are our accomplishments. We have over 3,000 active members. We have 23K members in process of activation, analyzing. We are through the process of analysis, and it is very much manual. So we also suffered a bit with that. We were more susceptible to fraud, and we need to follow up. We need to be close and monitor. We have over 2 million transacted in the last semester, and we were able to have funding for microcredit as of May, and we have 1.5 million for that. We understand the way our clients better. We could better understand the transaction profile of our clients. So we have this funding for microcredit, and they are going to also use these thematics of financial education. Better still, we understood our potential markets. So we are talking about Black persons who live in the peripheries of large cities, most of them, and 71% are deliverers for application, for apps, I beg your pardon, self-employed people, micro-entrepreneurs, and also domestic workers. We do recognize their important role. Our vision of future, which is for us, starts with us having our own rating, so that we can have our own analysis process to validate this whole process. This is something we'd like to have for the future. We want to have more freedom to bring aboard more services and more products. People ask us sometimes, oh, I'd like to learn how to invest. And they want to know other tools to implement in their own businesses. So when we implement these new arms, these new areas, we need to also understand their own real needs. We also realize that we were going to end here in 2019. We thought that was going to be it. But we are not an end company. We are a means to help entrepreneurs. Many of these entrepreneurs had no bank accounts, so we opened these accounts, distributing resources for help, and the Black account is a platform of intermediation. So we are linking it to other experiences, marketplace, logistics, understanding that banking inclusion and access to credit has to do with the account being plugged to these services. So we call our clients members, and this is our ecosystem. Digital account, consume, financial education, benefits, that companies that felt provoked to create services that focus on that as well. And we have a client, they consume all services of platforms, and we know that this also has to do with digital inclusion, and we are accomplishing our space. We are within the 50 startups that change the world. As for the Exame magazine, we are in several channels. We do have a challenge to grow, but we have something important, which is a purpose, inclusion and innovation, and it makes all sense. And some companies have supported us as well in terms of helping us with improving our BP, and many other areas. In addition to the Afro business, we also committed to aware capitalism. We also participate in the UN Women, and focusing diversity in other important fields is also important. And we have an area of diversity to encourage Black entrepreneurs to have space for their enterprises, and so that we can help them follow this journey.
So, in summary, the Conta Black emerged with a purpose, and we have the challenge in the next months and years to be more accessible. People will no longer need to download apps or access internet banking. We already have tools and messaging allowing onboarding to be done through WhatsApp or Telegram, among others, so that this solution and inclusion can reach those communities where people use prepaid mobile phones. And so financial access is easy and simple, but we need companies that are interested in being part of this new construction, and Conta Black has this purpose, always with the participation of the community and a bank made of people. So this is the purpose of the Conta Black. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many challenges. We are challenged by this, and so with the Conta Black, we want to be the path for access, for inclusion, for financial education, and show that everybody can access this kind of service and be an entrepreneur. So this is the end of my presentation. The role of Conta Black in the process of innovation is about listening those who really need it. Is credit a problem? No, it's not a problem. These people see credit as an enemy because of lack of information. They need to learn how to take credit. And this is what we are doing. So this is one of the objectives. And from now on, Conta Black will grow and bring in new partners that want to provide solutions to the population. Thank you for your participation and the presentation of Conta Black. Personally, thank you for the opportunity to meet you. I knew your publications and the important work that Conta Black and you and your team have been doing. And it's fair that you have been considered a company that is changing the world. Inclusion leads to this transformation, not only of society, but of society, the entire society. Thank you for your participation. I wish you even more success in your enterprises and efforts. So both Paula's presentation and Sergio's presentation, we see in them the challenges that companies face, especially small companies in Brazil, that try to solve certain problems. They come up against certain difficulties, especially financing, with challenges in terms of qualification and capacity building as well. So this is a very relevant issue, and Sergio mentioned combination of financial education together with access to financing through credit, through investment, as Paula said, is very relevant. And so the gap, the knowledge gap in relation to companies and management, this is very important. The combination of these two streams can contribute to the development of our country. Specifically on this, I would like to take the opportunity to invite Renato Vicente, Director of Data Lab of Sebrae Experian, to talk to us. Sebrae Experian is a database, and provides extremely relevant services to Brazilian society. Renato, thank you for your participation. The floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you, Giovanni, for the presentation, and ABDE for the invitation. I'd like to invite you to think about three ideas. The first idea is, what is the technological nexus that we occupy today? What is the role of an information aggregator such as Sebrae Experian? And third, hyper-personalization, and what can it do for us? Now, on the technology nexus that where we are at now, just to list a few ideas. What is remarkable today? The existence of information networks, communication between machines or between people or between machines and people. And these information networks allow us to undergo a process of datafication of all transactions. Alongside this, there's the possibility of elastic infrastructures, cloud infrastructure, Today, this is more efficient, much more efficient in terms of costs. You can use infrastructure according to need. You can create a startup that will require more or less infrastructure. There's distributed computation that allows processing data, a huge amount of data, much more than was possible 10 or 20 years ago. And the emergence of machine learning, allowing automation of processes that could only be done manually previously, such as the process of verification of credit or involving millions of transactions. That's one side, the technology nexus and what we can do with it. The other side is the information aggregator role. Sebrae Experian has a long tradition as aggregator of information and using aggregated information to increase the reliability and safety of commercial credit transactions in the market. But this extends to other areas, fraud, charges, anything related to transactions. We can increase the degree of security by using aggregated information. Now, that requires a discipline of data protection. We have a regulation now that has raised the bar, allowing us to have more expertise or to deal with data protection with more expertise. There's the issue of capacity to process information and find relevant patterns. Modern regulation of open banking, for instance, this expands and increases transparency. And the third topic, hyper-personalization. I am now able, thanks to the technology nexus and information that I have available, I am able to locate and identify specific needs, credit needs of a person or company. I am also able to link these specific needs to appropriate supply. In the past, without this capacity, what happened was a mismatch between a person's needs and the market's supply with the information available. Hyper-personalization allows doing this in an automatic way because there is technology to do this. For instance, a person who needs, well, a micro-entrepreneur who needs money to get to the end of the month with liquidity problem. That's one thing. Someone who wants to buy real estate, that's another thing. Medium-sized company that wants to invest, to expand, that's another thing. So although we had solutions for this, resolution for this, it wasn't fine enough. Today, with the available technology, with hyper-fine technology, we can deal with this. That's why I talk about hyper-personalization. You can solve the problem of, well, today it is possible to do this, and information aggregators are already moving towards this. A person who has little information through traditional media can have more information through alternative media. And so a person wants a bank account can have access because we'll have access to more information through alternative media and more technology that will, the system will hyper-personalize supply and cater to the specific needs of an individual or company. So this is what I'd like us to think about. Hyper-personalization, technology nexus, and the role of information aggregators. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Renato. Thank you, Renato. I think you addressed a very important point. We are already at a level of development, technological development,
And we can use in a much more effective manner all these information assets, so to speak, that Brazil has acquired along the years. Institutions, Serasa, especially SEBRAE and foment agencies, development banks, the whole system of promotion and foment along its existence was able to collect, treat, and use effectively this asset, this major asset, which is all the information they have that can now be used to improve inclusion, financial inclusion, here in the specific topic that we're discussing, but also social inclusion and economic inclusion in our country. So thank you for your participation. And I'd like to invite you to participate in a session of comments. Rafael Aguiar, please. Rafael Aguiar is president of the Goiás Fomento and member of ABDE board. Thank you for being here with us and thank you for participating. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to salute Sergio Guzmão from ABDE and the whole team of ABDE for the excellent organization of this event. Also, Adalgisa Pires, who is conducting the event brilliantly, and the moderator of our block, Giovanni, and also congratulate all the speakers on their presentations. Also Renato, Vicente, and his comments on technological advancements, and this is also very relevant. And Sergio for his initiative of the Conta Black. Goiás Fomento, my institution, has a credit line that is also directed or targeted at Afro entrepreneurs. And BNDES, well, I'd like to ask you to share my presentation. Next slide, please. Well, Goiás Fomento, we are an agency that foments small entrepreneurs. And in 2020, we faced major challenge because of the pandemics. And we had to migrate from a vision of medium and long-term investment and credit for investment. And we had to go into credit more for working capital. Second, please. So, in this case, this is what we did. We restructured internally so that we can support companies facing difficulties to access credit from commercial banks. The target audience is, in their majority, they are micro and small entrepreneurs who face difficulties to access credit. This is our target audience. So in 2020, we increased our credit portfolio in 152%. This was possible through three main actions or initiatives. First of all, offering credit. We also had the addition of Pronamp. We also developed an initiative offering microcredit through Caixa Econômica, Fungetur, and FCO. The most relevant regarding our main area was Pronamp. Second, we addressed collaterals. This impacts credit quite a lot. So we were able through partnerships with Sebrae, FGO, and Banco do Brasil, Frampe, we were able to have new modalities of guarantees and warrants and collaterals and receivables. So several tools. And third, renegotiation. This brought about major impact for those who had credit with us. So we increased grace periods, and those who had default payments, we carried out campaigns for them, and we increased the periods as well for payment. In 2021, we had the second wave of the company. Oh, I beg your pardon, of the pandemic. We had the second wave in the pandemic. So we tried to reopen businesses, but then we had the second wave. And then we had to further expand our project in the perspective of financial inclusion. Second, please. And this is what we realized. We have a program called Goiás Empreendedor for companies looking at increasing their businesses. Normally, they face difficulties in access to credit among commercial banks, but they are consolidated somehow and they want to expand. This is part of our everyday life. And in the beginning of the year, our governor launched another program, which is to support micro and small entrepreneurs, providing a bailout for companies who face difficulties because of COVID-19. And the interest rate is 100% subsidized by the state of Goiás. So the PEAME is like the PROAMP, but it also covers self-employed individuals. So they have access to these credit lines with 36 months for repayment and 100% of the interest rate being subsidized by the state. So we also offer guarantees for these operations. So because of regulations, there is still an audience that has no access to these two credit lines. For example, someone who is unemployed or micro entrepreneur who had to close their businesses. And therefore, we launched another program called More Credit, aimed at those who are unemployed or persons who are looking at coming back to the market. Also with zero interest rate. And in addition, our Office for Social Programs realized that even with these 3 programs, there is still an audience without access to credit.
And so the government launched the social credit within the Goiás Social program, which a person or family that is in a vulnerable situation and doesn't have the means to pay a loan, even with subsidized interest rates. So the program, through the program, the state maps vulnerable population, identifies the possibility of a member of the family having their own business, such as a seamstress or someone who knows how to make cakes, or who has a stall or something, or can produce eggs, whatever has been identified as a potential income for the family. This person, the member of the family, will be trained, and Goiás Fomento will offer credit, the social credit, through which the loan, well, actually, it's more of a donation, a grant to purchase the necessary inputs for the small business. The state pays the costs, even the main costs. This is all received as a donation. So if there's anyone in the family that is not literate, for instance, or children at school age, they need, or there is a condition, actually. The children need to be enrolled in school, and the family in a social vulnerability situation, and also micro and small companies that have difficulty accessing credit at commercial banks. Thank you. We'll remain here open for questions.
Thank you, Rivael.
Congratulations on the work being developed by Goiás Fomento. And I'd like to point out also the work that was done by the whole development system last year, from the beginning of the pandemic in Brazil, and how important the role of development banks and agencies and credit corporations, how important their role was along this period. Also, opening more space for more intensive operation of these institutions in credit access and in financial education and qualification of entrepreneurs along the next few years. So thank you very much for your participation. I'd like to invite now Eduardo Alexandre Machado. He is president of BNDES, the Santa Catarina Development Agency, another member of the National Development System. Alexandre is also member of ABDE and board member of Sebrae Santa Catarina. Eduardo, thank you for participating. You have the floor. Thank you, Giovanni. Good morning, everyone. I'd like first to greet Paula, Renato, and Sergio for brilliant presentations. Also, Rivael, my ABDE colleague, on his presentation, and also Giovanni for conducting the panel. BNDES, as the development agency of the state of Santa Catarina, we do not operate only inclusive credit or microcredit. In 1999, inspired by Mohamed Yunus, Nobel Prize winner. The governor asked our agency to create a microcredit system that could be a reference, not only for the south of the country, but in Brazil, and with the possibility of exchanging experiences around the world to reach the aim of providing credit to people without bank accounts, people who normally would not have access to credit. So since 1999 until today, we have operated, well, BNDES operates at the second tier of operation. So we support the creation and organization of other civil society organizations, the OCIPs, the public interest civil society organizations. There were 19 at the time in Santa Catarina, covering 100% of the Santa Catarina territory. On that occasion, we supported not only financially with the necessary funding so that they could get the money to reach those in need, but also with human resources and with our credit know-how, we reach these institutions, and they have been growing so much along the past few years that they organize themselves in such a way that many have other funding opportunities other than BNDES, and they also have organized among themselves. And so 13 organizations founded ANCRED, which is the Association of Productive Microcredit that have cooperative, and they have expanded now to Rio Grande do Sul, no longer just Santa Catarina. So BNDES lent to these institutions since 1999 around 211 million reais with 156 credit operations. And these institutions, of course, they have done what they had to do, multiply the capital into credit operations along these years, and they have reached 3.7 billion reais, covering the whole territory of Santa Catarina with over 1 million operations since 1999. So in 2011, at the end of 2011, the state government decided to get everyone out of informality and invite them to access a credit line that would be fully subsidized. It was known as the zero interest rate microcredit. And so the main aim was to get them to formalize, giving them an opportunity to access credit of up to 3,000 reais with fully subsidized interest rate. During the pandemic, the 3,000 was expanded to 5,000, and the zero interest rate microcredit already has more than 114,000 credit operations in Santa Catarina. More than 348 million reais have been lent in this modality. So we believe that the role of microcredit actually fulfills a very important role of providing credit to micro or super micro entrepreneurs that would otherwise have no access to credit in the traditional banking market. So just to give you an example, ANCRED made some calculations. So 651,000 jobs have been strengthened by this microcredit company. And these programs, they provide opportunities for people who, people can obtain credit support, and we have the possibility or the feeling of mission accomplished because everybody needs to have access to credit. And so I'd like to conclude my brief contribution and collaboration with this panel. Congratulations to all of you. Once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Eduardo. I'd like to thank you for your participation and congratulate you. You and your team from BNDES for the work and all the efforts you are making there in the state of Santa Catarina. In this panel, we had the opportunity with our other speakers here today, Renato, Rivael, Paula, Sergio. We spoke about development and financial inclusion. And something that caught my attention is that in all the efforts and work carried out by our guests, we could see this liaison, which I believe that is ever more necessary, that financial inclusion, social and economic inclusion as well of companies of our society also goes through or involves the aspects mentioned: capacity building, qualification and use, efficient use of all information and data that we have available in our institutions in order to improve access to financing via credit or via investment. So I thank you all for your participation, especially Eduardo and Rivael for their comments. And in order for us to conclude, I'd like to give the floor, if possible, to our speakers. I'd like to give the floor to Paula to start with. Thank you, Giovanni, for the participation in this panel. In this group, we have a group of people and institutions that are very relevant in the fomenting of small businesses in Brazil. If we continue to work in a joint manner, each one in their own role, etc., we are going to see the results generated by these businesses. We can realize how much this liaison and coordination of the agents bring about a great result and impact. Thank you. Thank you, Paula. Now, Sergio All. First, I'd like to thank for the opportunity of participating in this great event, talking about inclusion, innovation, and to share with our friends and partners our visions, experiences. And I have also learned quite a lot with each one of you, and I have quite a few targets to include in our next steps. Conta Black, the Black account, is a tool of transformation. This is the role, transforming. And our goal regarding next steps is being closer, more plugged and connected, I beg your pardon, making this transformation in technology to reach all. Those who are here with us, we are all together. Let's go forward. Move forward. Thank you, Sergio. Now I give the floor to Renato Vicente. I'd like to thank for the invitation. The event was very interesting. I learned quite a lot of interesting things. I just would like to conclude by saying or talking about a topic that is cross-cutting to all presentations, which is ultimately what we want is to understand risk better. When we better understand risk, you can give credit in a safe manner, in a secure manner. Very often, credit is conservative because we are not able to comprehend risk. So risk can be mitigated, can be avoided, and it can be understood when we have correct information. So we feel more secure and we can give more credit than we give today. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Renato. I agree with you. The more we have information, the greater the quality of this information. These are very important risk mitigators, providing greater access to credit through credit or investment. And now I'll give the floor to Rivael Aguiar, President of Goiás Fomento. Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, for the invitation, and for the opportunity of sharing with you our projects and the processes of social inclusion, of financial inclusion, I beg your pardon. I learned a lot here today. Excellent presentations. It was great to hear about the experiences here. BNDES, for example, is a reference in fomenting agencies. And with all other speakers, thank you. And thank you, Giovanni, for the moderation of this block. We are at your service here at Goiás Fomento, for all of you. Thank you, Rivael. Now Eduardo Machado, President of BNDES, for his final remarks. Thank you, Giovanni. I just would like to thank you and thanks for this event and to talk to you about thinking together about foment, where inclusion can be actually addressed and maybe regulated so that all can have access to all types of credit. This is part of our institutions of foment and development. Let's think together about this important tool for fomenting and development, which will benefit all entrepreneurs of all sizes. Thank you all once again. Thank you, Giovanni, for the moderation, my colleagues, speakers here in this panel, and ABDE for the event. Thank you. I'd like to conclude the panel by thanking the participation of Paula Salomão from Antera, Sergio, all the founder of Afrobusiness Brazil and the Conta Black, Renato, Vicente of Serasa Experian, and Rivael Aguiar, President of Goiás Fomento, and Eduardo Machado, President of BNDES. I'd like to thank you all for your participation. I'd like to thank ABDE and I'd like to congratulate ABDE for the initiative of President Sergio Guzmão for organizing this forum. We have another couple of days. We are today on the third day of this forum with the important participation of excellent speakers and presentations, high quality. So I invite you all to continue in our development forum. Thank you all.
Muito bem, nós que agradecemos a todos vocês que nos brindaram aí com suas
Thank you, all of you who brought such valuable insights in this last panel. Also, I'd like to thank you all who participate in the forum as well, in the ABDE forum. Also, we have the enrollment open for the 8th edition of the ABDE IADB Award for articles on development. And the 2021 edition has as a novelty the category diversity. In addition, it will also have works in all the other traditional categories: development in debate and a OECD system, which is the development of and cooperativism of credit. So we continue with our event.
Muito bem, agora chegou o momento da palestra especial.
Very well, we have now the special lecture, Perspectives for Regional Development in Brazil. And we are going to have the following speakers: Daniel Ferreira, Deputy Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Regional Development; Paulo Costa, of the Foment Agency of the State of Bahia; Sergio Caetano Leite, from the Northeast Consortia; Wilson Quinteiro, Executive Secretary of Badesul, Council of the Development and Integration South; and Valdeci Tosi, President of the Bank of Amazonia; and Paulo Henrique Costa, President of the Banco de Brasilia, BRB. You're all welcome. Thank you, Adalgisa. I'd like to thank all participants in this panel, all of you participating also in the forum. So we are going to present, I hope, interesting information and interesting ideas.
Regional development in Brazil in the last 70 years can be divided into two stages. From the 50s to the 80s is the first period, characterized by a high growth rate. At the end of the 80s, we were aiming at reaching development standards of Spain and Portugal. The model at the time was based on state interference in the economy. With, well, milestones are the creation of BNDES, Petrobras, Bank of Amazonas, the Free Trade Zone, several investments in state-owned companies and petrochemical hubs, and but the model was based on import substitution and had intrinsic weaknesses with lack of innovation, and this model was exhausted at the beginning of the 80s. The second period, from the 80s until now, characterized by low growth. In the beginning of the 80s, the basic idea was to reduce state participation in investments, and so the state began to disinvest through privatization programs. But until now, we haven't yet found a new growth model, although there are initiatives by the federal government, and as we will hear shortly, and initiatives of the states and certain consortia. It's important to highlight that there was a transformation in the concept of development. The modern concept of development is not only about increasing per capita GDP or GDP, but it involves respect for the environment, governance, social issues, how you treat employees, the community, how you interact, and also accountability vis-à-vis society. This is a 2-minute summary of what happened in 80 years. But I thought it would be important for us to begin to discuss the topic. And I'm sure that next talks will focus more generally on federal planning, and then the more regional part with Sergio and with Wilson. So at this point, since we have so little time, I don't want to get into deeper details on the history of recent economic history. I'd like to give the floor directly to Daniel Ferreira from the Ministry of Regional Development. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you, ABDE, for the opportunity to come and talk to you about the regional development policy and financing sources here. And before sharing the presentation, I'd like to make a brief introduction of the Regional Development Ministry, which results from the merging of the former Ministry of Cities and Ministry of National Integration. So it's a Ministry of Regional Development and Urban Development. So both the regional development and urban development policies are under our responsibility here. And we try to tackle a wide range of problems in more than 5,500 municipalities in Brazil, with completely different realities, and some with some sources of resources. The general budget of the Union and the constitutional funds as well for financing, and we operate with the complementariness of these sources. The federal budget focuses on regions where individuals and companies and local governments have less capacity to access credit, and the financing sources. The FGTS, for instance, is focused very much on the severance fund, is focused on regions where the population has more access to credit. And so we try to take a different view, because the issue of reduction of inequality in the less developed regions, the North, Northeast, and Center-West, this is, well, the objective of the Constitution is to reduce regional inequalities. That's on the Constitution. And with this complementarity of sources that I will try to show you in my presentation, we were able in 2020 to give you an idea of the reach of the ministry's actions. We delivered over 6,000 construction works in several municipalities, 17 works a day that we delivered. And these works allowed, for instance, 410,000 families to have access to their own homes. So 1,000 homes a day were delivered in 2020. We perforated a significant number of water wells in the Northeast, allowing families to have access, easier access to drinking water. We delivered water supply systems in several municipalities in the Northeast, and we qualified 17 dams with 38 systems for desalting water. And so with this complementarity of sources, we were able to tackle the main problems of regional and urban development in Brazil. And we know, and what is the challenge? The challenge is to leverage resources and financing in the private sector, because the general budget of the Union, as you all know, from news about the budget is it's increasingly scarce for delivery of public policies by the federal government. And so the challenge is to strengthen existing financing mechanisms and leveraging private resources, such as the approval of the regulatory framework for sanitation and changing the logic towards the promotion of PPPs. And you have been witnessing the first operations, or actually the first operations and of major water supply companies. So I'd like to share the screen now.
A apresentação está aparecendo para todo mundo?
Can you see the screen?
Tá ok aí, Paula?
Can you see? Can you see the presentation? Yes?
Então vamos lá. Eu vou passar, eu acho que o principal é tentar mostrar as diversas
The main thing is to show you the sources of funding. I focused on financing sources.
Que acho que está mais dentro do escopo do evento. Então, o panorama do financiamento regional do Brasil.
So, regional financing overview, comprised of some financing instruments and actions that are part of the regional development policy. Several types of actions focused on water supply, power, microcredit for small entrepreneurs. And the first source is the constitutional financing funds, which are the source of funds are the fiscal exemptions, especially on industrialized products, and the main instrument of the national policy. So here we see the contracts of the three funds, the Constitutional Fund of the North, of the Northeast, and of the Center-West last year. So we have 750,000 operations. And the focus is on micro, or actually small and medium-sized companies. So this is the first instrument. The second instrument is the regional development funds, Amazon, Northeast, and Center-West. This is more focused on major enterprises, and also the fiscal incentives, exemption of up to 75% for companies that operate or that are supported by the regional development policy.
Regarding fiscal incentives, they are administered by the regional ones. Both fiscal incentives and also the regional funds. One other point that is very powerful is the FGTS. While regional funds look at the historical inequalities among the regions, the FGTS has to do with the urban policies, popular and we have roads, we have urban mobility, we have subway, and also requalification of urban centers and integration with other policies, as well as retrofit of buildings. Well, the portfolio of the fund is currently at 400.5 billion in investments. Since the year of 1990, we have invested over this amount. And for the 2021, we anticipate 68.9 billion for the financing of public policy under the Regional Development Ministry, in addition to 8.5 billion earmarked to the concession of discounts in financing of physical entities in the area of housing. So we also work with water and sanitation works, urban mobility, and these are for credit. In addition, these 8.5 billion are non-repayable. So, in order to leverage credit for low-income households, the FGTS pays under the value of the house, and it reduces the amount the people have to pay. So. And this leverages the 68.9 billion. As the FGTS can offer this discount, these 70 billion, give or take, end up being earmarked to lower income households, earning up to 4,000 reais per month as their gross income. And they have facilitated access to credit, and we know that in small municipalities and the regions north and northeast, this helps a lot. In the sanitation area, we have over 2,800 operations with investment of 52.6 billion and with a value of loans of approximately 42.7 billion. But, for example, in states such as Paraná, the FGTS was responsible for financing almost 100% of their sanitation systems, when the FGTS actually helps a lot solving the issue of sanitation in Brazil. And we need to bear this in mind when we plan future operations. We have some actions here in the ministry. I can't go into detail in all of them. But we have a working group to discuss again the issues of regional funds. They are in the single account of the treasury. We need to find ways to leverage operations and make these resources, even though they are budget resources, since they are financial expenditure, they do not go through the ceiling. So the regional funds do not impact the ceiling, and this gives us a very powerful tool for leveraging resources. So we can focus on private sector projects so that we can leverage things in the private sector for good projects. We also changed the logic of the constitutional funds. We have one single ordinance to make all the concepts uniform and actually earmarked to the regional funds. We also have one line which is for the pandemics with the resolution number 4.798 with authorization for the renegotiation of credit operations carried out with constitutional funds. So there's help in this area too. And there is also another discussion proposed by the Regional Development Ministry to actually expand the deadline for repayment. We have two provisional measures, 1016 and 1017, to authorize a renegotiation of debts regarding the constitutional funds, so that we can recover capital for new applications. When there is historical default, we facilitated negotiations and liquidation. One was approved yesterday in the House of Representatives, which was Measure 1017. Regarding the 1016, together with the interministry ordinance, we have 9.1 billion reais in debt, 5.2 in rural debt, and 3.9 billion in non-rural debt. So we're talking about 300,000 physical and legal entities. There's a huge amount of financing, showing how comprehensive is this impact. So 87% of this debt are up to 20,000 reais, and almost 90% are debts of up to 100,000 reais. So these debts were seen or used to be seen as a loss. And when we renegotiate, we can bring them back to us. These are the opportunities identified in investment funds, and these are investments in the Amazon and the Northeast. They used to be fed by options of fiscal waivers throughout the country, but they were used to the acquisition of debentures. And for different reasons, they did not work.
And so the default rate reached over 99%. And so to allow for renegotiation and trying to bring these resources back to the cash of the funds so that we can redirect them to other kinds of operations other than those already done with different rationales, liquidating these funds and focusing on constitutional funds and regional funds. And as I said, for structuring projects and leveraging private resources, whose source of resources would be those coming from the renegotiations. And so more than 370 projects were concluded or cancelled or excluded from the portfolio in the last 15 years. The expectation is to reach 5 billion reais in total amounts, generating return of up to 1 billion reais. And so considering a default rate of 99%, this seems to be a very good target. And this renegotiation covers more than, or reaches more than 1,700 companies. And so this measure can bring resources to the cash of the funds, leveraging new with so with the FGTS, the challenge is to transform the public sector lines, make them more attractive We are working with nominal rates of 6% a year, plus the banking spread, and this reaches the municipalities at 9% a year. In low Selic scenario, this is already a bit too high, and so we are trying to debureaucratize the process, the analysis by Caixa Econômica Federal and others, such as BNDES, are doing so that these lines will be more attractive for the public sector. On the other hand, we are working with the Ministry of the Economy to review the limit of indebtedness by the Monetary Council, because by not distinguishing between financing lines, which on the one hand makes a lot of sense because the market logic should be based on the market. On the other hand, it brings together very distinct lines, such as working capital and funding of basic sanitation. We know that a basic sanitation project is a major project, and in order to grant funding, the project needs to be analyzed. There's unit cost analysis, credit capacity, whether the collateral is from the union, then it goes through the National Treasury, and so there's a maturity time, and indebtedness today is exhausted before these operations become a reality. And so the only source of financing of the federal government today, given the current budget, which is scarce, is the FGTS. So this has been hindering this new approach by the Monetary Council has been hindering, but the Ministry of the Economy is sensitive to this, and we've been talking to them to try to find a solution, whether it is through financing without federal government collateral or with federal government collateral. Within the FGTS, we have the investment fund, the FGTS investment fund for purchase of CRIs and debentures, especially debentures in the energy, railway, ports, airports sectors, and sanitation sectors. And so of the sectoral policies of the MDR, the only one contemplated by the law is sanitation. We are trying with the operator, Caixa Econômica Federal, and the members of the investment committee. We are trying to direct a minimum percentage of investments to sanitation, because we have a public call open at the moment, and with the new regulatory framework, we might achieve a migration. Perhaps we will discontinue Sanitation for All, which is the public sector program within the FGTS, and the portfolio will migrate to acquisition of bonds, and with a different resource mobilization rationale, much less bureaucratic, with different kinds of analysis and reviews and so on. So we have updated the limits or thresholds for sale or investment in real estate, and so these thresholds have been updated, especially in small municipalities, trying to redirect FGTS to the north and northeast. We know that the smaller municipalities are concentrated in north and northeast, and with the amounts, investment amounts at the time, companies were not interested in building, and so we did this first update. It wasn't ideal, but we are trying to leverage works in the north and northeast. And we revisited the remuneration of financial agents to decrease interest rates. We were able to reduce them to the lowest level historically of the fund, with a focus on north and northeast. The biggest reductions were in north and northeast, where historically borrowers find it more difficult to be approved by the credit analysis of the banks. And so we want them to access credit using the most powerful instrument that we have, which is the FGTS. Although we have this regional focus, we have reduced interest rates for the whole country. And we are trying to introduce the ESG agendas, and Minister has signed a memorandum of understanding with the climate bonds initiative to promote the use of green bonds to finance regional development. So the idea is to prioritize these projects in credit supply and use of budgetary resources. So very, in summary form, these are the main sources, the constitutional funds and FGTS. So we have the challenge of defining non-rural interest rates by, and so this has been defined in law, and we are looking at this to try to bring these rates and other rates, the FGTS and, for example, and other special laws, lines. So we are trying to bring this into the National Monetary Council so that we can, the possibility of revisiting them. And definition of prefixed interest rates for microcredit, and possibility of operations with guaranteeing funds, a proposal to guarantee bigger operations, because with scarce resources, we will be able to leverage private capital. And so we are focusing on structuring of projects. So in FGTS, starting with the third one, which is the review of the debt limits of the public sector, we are trying to attract new financial agents, and we're in contact with ABBC, representing banks in the council, to understand why, although for some banks the financing is not conducted, and what are the restrictions created by Caixa Econômica and other bureaucratic barriers, because we have a spread which is defined through a resolution, and it's a maximum spread. It's not a fixed spread. And in practice, we operate with a maximum because there is virtually a monopoly. And without, well, the Caixa Econômica Federal is a major partner of the government, operating popular housing with expertise, with capillarity, a fantastic network. So I'm not criticizing it. It's just thinking about the borrower.
And this change benefits the target audience of the program. So we need to find mechanisms to attract new financial agents into play, both for sanitation, mobility, which are larger ones, etc. And also we need to improve the credit lines. Selic is quite high, and the same way that housing made this movement, we want to make movements as well, looking at the sustainability of funds, which is essential, to make lines more attractive. So some municipalities still don't find these credit lines attractive, so we try to improve at all times. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I will say goodbye now due to another meeting, and here we are at your service for questions, for listening to new ideas and proposals. We are always open. Thank you all very much.
Daniel, muito obrigado pela sua participação.
Thank you, Daniel, for your participation. We know that you need to leave. So we know that there are urgent calls sometimes. And so we are subject to this, and sometimes we have to leave. And very important, this excellent work in the area of housing, very necessary for the poorer segments of the population. And as the ABDE, we have a lot to discuss regarding development funds, interaction with the local governments. It may be that we have inside ABDE some formal agencies that can talk to you, and we can make available this interaction and joint action between the ministry and ABDE. So I could see that the ministry is quite large. You focused on the financial line and side, but there's quite a lot of information that will take us a while to digest. So both regarding housing and sanitation, I believe there's a lot for us to speak about, and as well as the area of development and new agents, financial agents through the FGTS. Thank you for your participation. Have a good meeting and good afternoon. And we will certainly talk to you in the near future for us to have this interaction between you and ABDE. Thank you. Yes, we are at your service. Thank you.
Sequência, né? Agora que a gente está sem o Daniel, temos que improvisar pouco, mas eu acho que existem algumas ações regionais.
There are some regional actions, as we have in Rio Grande do Sul and also in the Northeast, that gather states in consortia. In the south, we have Rio Grande do Sul, Paraná, Santa Catarina, and Mato Grosso do Sul, which is a Badesul, a very much well-known in ABDE, and Badesul works with BNDES, a major collaborator by ABDE, so I'd like to give the floor to Wilson.
O Wilson está como coordenador, né, Wilson?
You're coordinator, right, Wilson? Executive Secretary.
Mas é a mesma coisa. Então, o Wilson é o secretário.
Similar. He's the Executive Secretary of Badesul. You have the floor, Wilson.
Bom, primeiro, quero saudar a sua coordenação.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the coordination of this event and also to salute all participating in this panel. I'd like to thank ABDE for giving us this opportunity. Chris, who has talked to us quite a lot as well in this coordination, and something very important for us to exchange ideas. I will be very brief. I will speak fast because we have little time. And Daniel presented very well. We do need to have this coordination and liaison with the ministry through Daniel. Badesul is a council for integration. It started in 1961 with 3 states, Rio Grande do Sul, Paraná, and Santa Catarina, and then Mato Grosso came also on board. I had the opportunity of being the operations director of BRDR before I went to Badesul. So until 2015, BRDR only financed the private sector. It was interesting with several areas. But afterwards, we started to finance the public sector as well in this approach of sustainability, making BNDR the major fomenting agency. And we are having good results of this integration. In addition to integrating these 3 states with the industry, commerce, innovation, and so many topics, Codasul also has an approach of international liaison. And in this new model of Codasul, we are integrating with international agencies and entities, talking to chambers of commerce in several countries, and looking at investments that are international to our southern region, investment consortia, and taking forward the BRDE. And something that also makes a lot of sense with the experience that we have there, we are developing sectors such as trade confederation, trade federation, agricultural federation, industrial federation, all focusing on the development of cities as well, which is very important in the area of infrastructure. And a model that we have as an example I'd like to give. The project is 3C, 3C, 3 cities, 3 continents. So it is the city of Maringá, where I come from. We have the city of Barcelos in Europe, and we integrated these 2 cities as well as another city in China. And we are working together in several issues. This model is underway, and it can be a model for the country to develop cities. And I'd like to say as well that unfortunately the South region does not have the constitutional fund. When you all speak about it, sometimes I hear BRB, BASA, FCO. We only have one agency of BRDE in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. It is coming back into activity and integrating. So I regretted the fact that Daniel left, because I will ask ABDE to address this topic later on with investment funds for regional issues.
So that's just a quick presentation, and Badesul is an instrument for integration and development that opens dialogue both with regional organizations and also national organizations and international organizations for the development of the whole system. Thank you, Wilson, for the interesting information about Codasul. So you don't have a constitutional fund as we do in the Northeast, but you created the BRDE, which has been doing excellent work. The creation of a regional fund is a matter to be discussed with the ministry. And I agree with you that we should open between ABDE and the ministry a closer dialogue. So we are going to leave Rio Grande do Sul and move to the Northeast to learn about an experience that is similar to yours, but the Northeast Consortium is probably created about 3 years ago, and so from the perspective of regional development, how did the Northeast Consortium, Sergio Caetano, well known here, he is going to explain how it works, what he's been doing, and perspectives, prospects, current prospects. Sergio. Good afternoon. I'd like to greet ABDE for the wonderful initiative, Paulo, Wilson, Paulo Henrique, greetings, and to all of you who are watching us. The Northeast Consortium is 2 years old. It was founded 2 years ago. It's a consortium bringing together the 9 states of the Northeast, and it's multi-purpose. It operates in health, infrastructure, and several other areas such as environment, sustainability, financing of productive chains, and of the states. The consortium is in a region, located in a region that has the BND, the Northeast Bank. There's a constitutional fund, and Sudene with obligations, constitutional obligations, including a regional development plan for the Northeast. Unfortunately, these instruments don't work in integration. So our relationship with the BNB is beginning now. With Sudene, also, we had some issues, and the Constitutional Fund is operated by the Bank of the Northeast. And so, in spite of the existence of these tools that should contribute in integration towards development, this is one of the challenges that the consortium faces, to promote integration of the different instruments available in the region. Regarding the development institutions, the consortium sees these institutions as fundamental for the implementation of regional public policies. It is through this integration that public policies will reach the ground. There's an institution here, BRB, that is promoting the migration from its region of origin to the Northeast. We see this favorably because this helps face the main barriers to financing, and the challenges to financing today are related to the fiscal situation of the states. It's hard to mobilize resources through normal instruments, just credit. It's a problem that affects the whole country, but it affects the 9 northeastern states more strongly. And we've seen a reduction of sovereign guarantees by the federal government that would allow the states to reach out to multilateral development agencies. And so the pursuit of resources with these challenges, how to facilitate the mobilization of resources, the raising of resources, with this situation of sovereign guarantees and the other issues. And so on the positive side, we see a change in the business environment. This change in the business environment is driven by external elements as well. And so we are close to the 2030, we are reaching the end of the 2030 agenda, and this has caused certain international and multilateral institutions, and such as Black Hawk and several institutions, if the investments are not adherent to the SDGs and taking into account the SDGs and ESGs, they will not join. And so additionally, we have the third sector and sustainable financing. increasing in weight, and we have conducted a recent study, and I would say to you that those reading the conclusions of the study on the business environment and going back 4 or 5 years ago would believe they were on another planet, because there's a greater willingness of philanthropic capital. The development agenda has brought about opportunities, and the changes, companies, the fiscal agenda, the green mechanisms, the green tools create the possibility of mobilizing resources and investments, transcending loan, a mere loan or leverage, traditional leverage that we know. This brings challenges for the the development finance institutions. We see a greater weight of the capital market as with important tools. And so development banks and agencies need to adapt to this new reality. There's innovation. ABDE participates in a very important forum, the LABI at CVM, in constant dialogue with international organizations and members and levels of the federal government, discussing legislation on infrastructure debentures and creating green bonds. And so we see the emergence of the sandbox and its application in practice. And so the business environment, on the one hand, is favorable. Perhaps the only way we have to tackle challenges in the next 2-3 years, it's inevitable. The mainstreaming of this new agenda is inevitable. On the other hand, it's a challenge to understand how private funds work, how endowment funds work, what are green bonds, what are sustainable bonds. And so to understand this new reality is a big challenge for development institutions. BNDES, for instance, raising external resources with the IDB and mobilizing resources from the beginning of the pandemic, and a major program for expansion of renewable energy. And so we have concrete examples, and the consortium organized the financing of the productive chain of family farming associated with OMCT. And a few years ago, how we would never imagine a meeting within CVM with MESCT, with the landless movement. And so these are the changes of paradigm, social movements coming closer to the capital market. And so funds were raised in the South. Of course, the Northeast Consortium was not involved in that. And Sarawapia, Bahia, and this was, well, if this were a stock exchange operation, we might say that there was an over demand for these bonds. And so these are concrete examples.
There's another challenge regarding public-private arrangements going over even partnerships. It is a contract. It is a part with specific characteristics. We have Ceará innovating the bridge, the largest infrastructure project, around 6 billion in investments in Bahia, regardless of difficulties. So we do have favorable trade environment, and also a huge challenge of welcoming capital markets, new tools, and migrating towards the agenda and the sustainability agenda. It is present, and I want to believe that we will all leave these pandemics looking at the world in a different way. in the way that we relate with more empathy and inclusion. So the Northeast Consortium created a resolution, a platform of investment with a broad mandate to relate to national and multilateral and international institutions looking to structure investment. We work with at least 3 funds: family farming, agriculture, and sanitation. There is another subject that is larger. We try and work. At least these 3 are on the table. Regarding the ESG, environmental, social, and governance rules, so this concern is natural in the Northeast. If we divide the amount of standing forest by the square kilometers of the state, it is going to be close to the Amazon. And how to value, how to monetize these resources? By just carried out a survey certified by Deloitte of only one region, and the amount was 1.5 billion in terms of environmental assets. We are working in this platform. The ESG criteria are in everything that the Northeast does. Social and environmental areas are present in the agendas of all 9 governors of all the 9 states. And here we're talking about public governance and not private. And we have a partnership with the Federal Court of Accounts, with actions such as training, and it is leading the modernization of public governance. The more we invest in this area, the easiest will be to attract investment to the region. Well, the consortia is very much concerned with engaging the FDIs, not only the foment agencies, but banks as well. And out of the 9 states of the Northeast, 6 have fomenting agencies. So we want to liaise, we want to promote the modernization of these agencies. And the way that we deal with the public management and these with these institutions, because someone will need to be there having or providing credit operations so that funds can receive that as assets in the end. And the best path to reach solidarity groups, we need to work with them. Also, credit cooperatives are doing quite a lot of work here in our region. Yesterday we had a meeting with them. So the modernization of IFDs is very dear for us because we understand it is crucial and instrumental. And with this, I would like to conclude by saying that we are at your service to answer questions and hear you. For Wilson, I'd like to leave here the invitation for the exchange of experience. We have this collaboration with other consortia, and it has been fruitful. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. Since we are late, we are going to need to go fast. Obviously, financing. You've worked in bank, Wilson too, so it is more and more important in development. For us working in the financial area, there new forms emerge to evaluate projects. We are not very much used to them yet, but of course, we need to look at other aspects beyond the financial ones. They are challenges that we need to adapt to. It is time for us to listen to Paulo Henrique. He works with Caixa Econômica, he is now at BRB, the Bank of Brasilia. It is a very large credit portfolio, and they are carrying out wonderful work there. I looked at your website, and you go from microcredit to infrastructure investment. It is quite complicated. So I'd like to listen to you now, Paulo. You have the floor. Good afternoon, Paulo, and all of you participating in this panel. It is great being here and accepting an ABDE invitation. Such relevant topic for our country in terms of development. First, I'd like to comment a bit on the experience of BRB. BRB, the Bank of Brasilia. I have been here for 2 years. The bank used to be very much focused on credit, on another type of credit. And yes, we now have a focus of being an agent for transformation, increasing quality of life and also income of the region, also influencing entrepreneurship, productive sector, and at the same time using all the mechanisms of an institution, of a financial institution, to provide financing. So we changed the strategic plan for the bank, and we started to grow significantly in all fronts. We preserved our origin, but because we grew 60% in the traditional credit that we give, consignado. But we also have financing for micro and small entrepreneurs. We also finance infrastructure, mobility, implementing a concept and a strategy of a full bank or complete bank, comprehensive bank. We need to have gains of scale. We need to work digitally, and we need to offer a portfolio of products from microcredit to development financing to the other. BRB also launched a digital bank. It is quite well known because we have a partnership with the Flamengo. It's a football team, very popular one. And the amount of accounts in this new modality is greater than the traditional bank. We had 340,000 in the traditional banking model, and we now have 460,000 in the digital bank. Oh, no, it went actually to over 1 million clients. And now, Paulo, I'd like to comment on 3 things that were said here.
In Daniel's presentation, he addressed a very important issue, which is the funding sources, the role of the FGTS, of the regional funds as sources of funds to finance development. And he gave us his view of the future. I'd like to highlight an important point, which is the simplification of the use of these resources and democratizing of the management of these resources. Today, there is high concentration in few institutions, always federal institutions. And if we really want these resources to get to the ground and make a difference, it's important to increase competitiveness and access, reducing conflicts of interest. When the thresholds to be approved for financial agents are assessed by other financial institutions that compete for the same resources, then there's an issue to be addressed. Another point is the role, our role as development financing institutions. We often focus on the role of credit. Of course, credit is a very important inducer, driver of development, but we need to think of other things. So my suggestion is that ABDE, our association that convenes and organizes and stimulates thought in this field, that we should have more integration. As Sergio said, this integration, coordination, means that institutions with greater capacity can stimulate development agencies with less financial capacity. We've been working with the consortium of Central Brazil and the consortium of the Northeast. We recognize the role that they have so that they can stimulate development agencies in each state so that they will channel the resources that we have to provide, that we can provide. And also the issue of credit, the review of processes, the use of data in a more active way. One of the topics addressed by the previous panel, so that credit concession can be more precise, simpler, more direct, and at greater volumes. A lot is said about the role of regional banks and development banks in stimulating social programs. I see that institutions can add efficiency elements and innovation elements, technology, and customer experience, the experience of citizens, thereby reducing costs for the entities of the federation. And so BRB implemented together with the government of the federal district 8 social programs benefiting 180,000 families, approximately 20% of the population of the federal district. Through different cash transfer programs, income transfer programs, the simplest one involved the replacement of the delivery of basic food baskets by a card. This took 6 days to implement and greatly reduced the cost of logistics and gave people the opportunity to choose what they want to purchase and where they want to purchase. So we need to think also how development banks stimulate sports, leisure, culture, and business in these areas. So how can we operate through different kinds of mechanisms, stimulating handcraft, stimulating local culture promoters? We are adopting the open markets and placing banking correspondents and offering credit and fostering financial education among the workers of street markets. And so this has an important impact on people's lives. Another point we have been emphasizing, and I didn't talk to Sergio beforehand, but how can we use capital market mechanisms in the context of fiscal restriction? It's important to look for solutions that are not necessarily related to credit. And so monetization of the public debt, structuring of real estate investment funds so that states can use their real estate to monetize and create alternative sources of resources, demobilizing their balances and turning this into actions that will generate income. And so another case that we are proud of that we initiated here, it's a technological hub. The state provided the land, and we are raising 5 billion reais to transform the central plain of Brazil into a new Silicon Valley, and trying to generate development through technological innovation. Paula, can you please sum up? We still have Badesul. So, and also raising resources, mobilizing resources, foreign resources. And so Brazil is a very rich country, given the structure and number of development financing institutions. So coordination of a broader agenda will produce important results and reduce social inequalities, stimulate development, generate jobs and income. Thank you. Thank you, Paulo, for the information and what you've been doing in BRB. I agree that ABDE is the instrument for this. We do need to learn of the experiences of the agencies. We should not compete among ourselves with each other. This mutual learning is very valuable. It is the main focus of the ABDE's work. It's important to know what you've been doing. I agree fully when you say that the function, the role of development agency or institution is not just consigned credit. We need to do something to change the nature of the social environment. We have very little time, so we will now hear our dear friend, an experienced friend, Badesul from the Bank of the Amazon. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you, everyone at ABDE for the invitation. I'll try to be really brief. I need to provide some background, because Amazon has been through several economic cycles, and it's important to understand this. And so history brings a lot of important inputs, especially in terms of what not to do. So we went through several economic cycles: extractivism, timber cycle, which still continues, mining cycle, which is still a great potential. After timber, there's stock raising, then agriculture, then industry, based on tax subsidies. And so Amazon has been through several models defined by different governments as fit for development. And we arrived at a model which is based on extraction and exploitation rather than valuing of what exists in the Amazon. And so there are several challenges for the Amazon. And as a development bank for the region, we need to tackle these challenges. The main challenge is to initially contain deforestation and forest fires. It's no use thinking of development without this. This will provide greater security for credit operations. And together with this stronger containment, there needs to be stimulus for sustainability activities with the Bank of Amazon and other development agencies providing credit lines. And the bank has created green credit lines, and through all the other, well, we are also through working with other cooperatives and banks. We have been looking for more arms to operate in the region. And of course, this all entails de-bureaucratization. The pandemic has been helpful. Several government measures have de-bureaucratized credit, especially on the government side, and certain measures that used to delay and hinder access to credit for the population. In the Amazon, we need to think also of credit education, education for entrepreneurship and innovation. And so one cannot think of credit, sustainable agribusiness credit without thinking of rural technical assistance that is consistent to help small entrepreneurs, because big entrepreneurs will adapt. They will have to stop deforesting and start compensating, otherwise they will not be able to sell their production. But the small entrepreneurs, they need guidance and professional education, especially in entrepreneurship. That's part of the challenges of the region, and the bank, through its financing, stimulates technical assistance and education of small entrepreneurs for sustainable economic activities. On the part of innovation and technology, that's very important. Embrapa, other research institutes and universities are very important, and the support that is needed through models and publicity and programs. The bank annually launches research calls and geared towards production, and so certain research calls for proposals geared towards results, geared towards business. And this is very advantageous. Legal certainty is very important for infrastructure projects and any other project in the Amazon region. In the Amazon region, there are areas that are, well, if in an indigenous reserve, for instance, you cannot simply expand or reduce these reserves abruptly, because this creates an uncertain environment for entrepreneurs and the banks.
And FNO is an important resource, and the bank is creating stronger conditions for FNO, but we're also looking for other resources, other sources of resources. And with national and international partners and integrating stakeholders for anything. It is difficult to say that, but it is simple, even in deforestation, because it is concentrated in two main states, Pará and Mato Grosso, in spots, in hotspots of deforestation. So nowhere where it's happening. And there needs to be the participation of mayors, entities, association of producers, and also involving society. This is not an international cause. It is important to the Amazon, demonstrating to the national population and the world population that it is important. And this population living here, we need support. We need for their products to be purchased, and the Bank of the Amazon is providing some actions, some initiatives in this area. We are starting to monitor these activities, not only in concession, but also monitoring producers, companies that are financed, creating green products of FNO green or the green FNO. They have a different value of financing and also period of repayment. The structure as well, infrastructure, we do need to speak about water, sanitation, telecommunications, and microfinance. As regards microfinance, the Bank of Amazon is the main bank financing microfinance. We have a portfolio of 150 million, but we intend to grow. And this activity is very important, and these targets that are social, environmental, and climate targets that are adequate for the region, because it is very sensitive region. If you are too strict, you will not finance anything. But at the same time, we need to modernize activities, bringing technology, innovation for the activities to be sustainable a long time. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you, Valdeci, for your presentation. So I should give the floor back to all of you for final remarks, but we are very late, and so I would have to thank you all for your participation and for the opportunity of listening to all of you. Thank you, ABDE, for the invitation. We are always here at your service, to the service of all of you and ABDE, and I'll give the floor back to Adalgisa. Very well. Our thanks to all of you, participants in this very rich and panel that has contributed a lot. We have not finished. We are going to continue with our program. So I'd like to thank Mr. Daniel Ferreira and all of you who participated and contributed so much to this discussion. Thank you.
E agora, para encerrar esse terceiro dia do fórum, nós vamos acompanhar as apresentações dos presidentes das agências de fomento de pequeno...
Now we're going to have the presentation of presidents of associate institutions. The state of Amapá is in the extreme north of the country. It has 16 municipalities, and the capital city is Macapá, with 70% of the population of the state. The second most important municipality is Santana. We depend on the government, basically. We are a new state in the country. We were separated from the state of Pará in 1943, and our economy is very much dependent on the government. And it is up to us in the development agency of Amapá to encourage entrepreneurship, creating this culture among the population through financing that we offer in several areas. We work in many sectors. Rural areas, and we have several credit lines that we work here in different municipalities. We also rely on the participation of all organisms that participate in this forum to visit our state and help us grow, bringing new ideas and new investments. We'd like to thank the Ministry of Tourism and Science and Technology Ministry as well, that during the year of 2020, even with the sanitary and economic crisis we went through, they believed on us and they made transfers so we could reach the small ones. The unemployment crisis is quite intense, and it is on our hands at the development agency to cater for these entrepreneurs. We also have credit for informal entrepreneurs who need to have access to finance, but traditional banks do not offer to them. Once again, I'd like to invite you all to get to know our state and our agency and help us. The FEAM works in the Amazonian region for over 21 years with the challenge of occupying and developing our region. You know, our characteristics are very specific. Unfortunately, we have some municipalities with very low human development indexes. And we need to take credit to this population, agribusiness, industry, service providers. In the year of the pandemics, we launched the emergency credit and emergency renegotiation with flexible targets. And last year, we applied over 115 million reais in over 10,000 credit operations. In renegotiation, we reached over 3,000 loans and involving 48 million reais. So we developed credit online, and we continue working in our headquarters, but we work also online. We have agencies as well in our state where clients can look for credit. In addition to COVID-19, we had a flood, which is characteristic of our region, and it was unfortunately a historical one again. And through the state fund and the Legislative Assembly, a law was enacted for the benefit of municipalities that went through chaotic situations.
So providing opportunities to those people who are not able to access normal commercial credit. And since we participate in the national development system, we are proud to take this credit, to provide this credit and generate jobs and income in our state. If you want to know more about our actions, access to our website, www.afeam.org.br, and access our social media and see the challenges that our agency is overcoming. And just in the first quarter, we already had, between credit and renegotiation, we moved over 53 million in our state. Thank you very much. The AGE, the Pernambuco Development Agency, has been financing strategic sectors that were not contemplated by the traditional market. With the challenges of the pandemic, we see the importance of a financial institution geared towards development. And with this new scenario, it was necessary to redirect the agency's actions with the creation of new credit lines and renegotiation of contracts. In this period, we increased the number of clients and disbursements for micro and small enterprises. ensuring employment in Pernambuco. We also diversified products with a lot of innovation. And so, President of the Development Agency of Tocantins. As a development agency, we've been active for 10 years, and we are the right arm of our governor. The development agency has the mission of developing the state, especially with small entrepreneurs. We try, during the pandemic, to conduct actions focused on small entrepreneurs, such as postponement of payments and others. And we created a fund for being closer to small entrepreneurs that need help. And we went to settlements. We helped people maintain their companies, trying to add solutions, helping people understand the business with special rates, very low rates. We extended deadlines. We reduced our interest rates. So we are trying hard to cater to small entrepreneurs so that they will be able to continue their activities. And as a development agency, we contributed to this development also because the state is one of the smallest in terms, was one of the smallest in terms of closing of companies. And so there's also the support given to the maintenance of these companies. But there's a lot more to do. The development agency of Rio Grande do Norte, AGN, has had a very important role in the fighting of the economic crisis that has affected all of us, not only in Rio Grande do Norte, the whole country, the whole world, because of the coronavirus pandemic. In dialogue with the productive sector, we have been facilitating credit, increasing grace periods, increasing credit limits, and also access to new funding such as FUGETU, FNE, in order to provide credit to those that needed working capital or even investment because they had to reinvent themselves in the pandemic and economic crisis. We were able to diversify economic sectors that had access to credit, such as family farming, solidary economy, and tourism, which is being reached by several credit lines with FNE and FUGETU resources. And so we are fulfilling our constitutional mission of fostering the local economy because we are present in virtually all municipalities in Rio Grande do Norte. And a historical feat this year, a historical milestone, we were able to double the injection of resources in the state in relation to what was provided for in our strategic planning. We are thus fulfilling our institutional mission and strengthening our economy, fostering the local economy in the 177 municipalities of Rio Grande do Norte. Hello. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here, speaking with ABDE. My name is José Humberto. I'm president of Desenvolve. I took office in 2019. And our focus was loaning smaller amounts to many people. So our focus is microcredit. Individual entrepreneurs, micro companies, to increase jobs and income generation. So on the last 12th, the governor launched a new credit program in Brazil. For individual entrepreneurs of any nature, we are loaning between 2,000 and 4,000 reais. For those that are informal, up to 2,000, and for those that are formal, up to 4,000. The government pays the interest rate. And so for the tourism value chains, the loans will, the interest rates will be paid by the government. And so in this period of 15 days, we formalized 1,200 proposals, amounting to over 1 million reais. So it's a success for us. Greetings to the participants of the 6th Forum of Development promoted by ABDE. And thank you to the President, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel on transition. We began in 2004 with an initial capital of 4 million reais, and now, upon receiving the invitation by the governor, we initiated changes in the agency, making 2020 the best year in results since the beginning of the agency in several aspects. The best in terms of loan, in terms of loans and reversal of damages, around 85%. Increase of accounting capital of around 90% compared to the previous year, and increase of social capital in the same period, 25%. In terms of what the agency had in capital. And so in face of this transformation, the government, the biggest investor, and together with society represented by the Legislative Assembly, understood the relevance of the agency and the process that we are going through.
And this strengthened the agency as required, and technology was a major factor of transformation and change, making our agency closer to our clients. And with the development of the portal, we reached 130, we grew from 130 to 141 municipalities, reaching 83 million in capital. We were among the 16 agencies, we held the 15th position, which has now much improved. And so in order as regards emergency credit for the pandemics, we have also grown and reached quite a lot of clients in a proactive manner. And this is the mission. We want to even further improve this year. Well, we are one of the main tools for the resumption of the growth of the economy. We know that mass vaccination is viable for this resumption, but credit is also one of the most important tools for the recovery of small and medium-sized countries. No, I beg your pardon, companies. Therefore, the state government has supported PLE development, especially focused on micro and small entrepreneurs, capital for investments. But the main focus is microcredit. So we have established partnerships with community banks, which are non-governmental organizations that help us with the very small entrepreneurs. Last year was quite complex with the coronavirus, and we expected default to grow a lot. But this did not happen. It was a historically low level of default. This demonstrates that the initiatives of the agency were effective. So we renegotiated all debt that was due. and we worked on specific situation of each client so that they could pay back. In 2020, we also accredited ourselves to the Ministry of Tourism and Fugetur, and we are financing the tourism sector that has been hardly hit by the pandemics. We also are working with FINEP, financing all programs for innovation. So in 2021, we have reached a major objective, becoming a very large microcredit agency. This is what we want to do here in the state of Piauí.
Thus, we close the third day of the sixth Forum of Development, ABDE, with an important sample of what these development agencies represent for the development of the regions where they operate and how it is possible to strengthen these actions and turn them into more and better economic, social, and environmental benefits for these localities. Reminding you that we have an official hashtag for this event, hashtag Forum do Desenvolvimento. So in all your social media, feel free to post using the official hashtag. And so we'll conclude here. Tomorrow we'll reconvene at 9. Have a pleasant afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow.